take nothing from a man that don't fear nothing but God, man. People know me, they seen what I've done. Nobody can take nothing from me. I know who I am, and I know who the wolf is, man.
He is all about the show and all about the life.
I'm gonna fuck you up, Mr. Garcia. You ain't ready for my world, and you're not ready to fucking dance with the wolf, baby.
This goes out to that bitch ass fool of Wolf. I hope you're training as hard as you're fucking talking shit, bro. If not, it's gonna be a long motherfucking night for you. This fight only has one outcome. With me getting my hand raised and that belt wrapped around my waist.
Enter Big Mike. He's a complete star.
We're gonna get to see what everybody's been buzzing about all week here down in Miami.
A dirty boxing belt on the line.
It's time to get to our co-main event.
When I step in that ring, I'm already woke. I like being one to hurt you.
Montavious Ware just let a lot of people know.
I like feeling like I want to kill you now.
Go out there and make the best out of it. Put on a good show for the fans. Just make a statement that I'm an elite striker in the 145 division anywhere.
This fight, there's a lot on the line here for both of these guys.
This Miami crowd is excited.
Where is so
his hands up.
And straight left hand my way.
It's all hollow, big shot.
With blood.
I want the smoke. They call me the Can Man, because anybody can get it.
the belt will be at stake tonight.
In our main event, we'll decide who's our new champion.
Let's fight!
Tonight, the most disruptive combat sports promotion on earth returns where it all began, Miami, Florida. As tonight, we not only decide a championship, but a grudge match of the highest order. This is Dirty Boxing Championship DBX 6. And if there's one thing the fans of South Florida love, it's a fight. As we are going to welcome you in here. They're all getting packed in. They're all excited to see 12 fights of action here in the Dirty Boxing ring tonight. South Florida coming out to support some of their own, see some championship action in the heritage-rich James L. Knight Center for DBX 6, as we have Rob the Wolf Perez taking on Big Mike Michael Garcia for the Interim Heavyweight Championship of the world. As these two have been jawing at each other all week, and they finally get to put hands on each other in the Dirty Boxing ring. Very excited to bring this one here to you tonight in the next version of DBX. And welcome on in, everybody. I'm Brendan Tobin. So excited to be back next to the Dirty Boxing ring alongside my guy, Jason Anik. And now the legend. We welcome you into the broadcast booth, Frank Mir. Frank, it's great to have you. How excited are you to see this new sport here tonight?
I'm super excited. I think they got a great thing going here. I think violence sells. This is a sport right now that takes all the best elements of MMA and boxing and really showcases it.
Well, we can't wait to see this show here tonight, and we can't wait. We're so thrilled to be back in Miami, Jason.
Oh, back home, BT. Friday night fights in the 305. I can't get enough. This sport continues to evolve very quickly. 12 fights on the card tonight. Of the 24 athletes competing, 12 of them have prior experience, and they've gone 15-2 in those fights. This sport is evolving like crazy. This is the deepest card we put on to date. It's gonna be insane right out of the gate, baby.
Let's introduce you to the rest of our broadcast team. We'll send it over to the coach's corner and our guy, Brian Wright.
I am Brian Wright. I am here standing in front of the iconic DBX ring here in Miami. This is where I'm going to give you the coach's perspective on these 26 athletes and their teams as they are taking on a rule set that is stripped away everything that a fighter could use to stall or to hide from the fight. On top of it, we have a title fight. I cannot be more excited to see this action. We definitely will have some exciting finishes tonight. So let's kick it over to my friend the Schmo, where he's going to bring the Schmenergy.
Thank you, Brian. Here we are returning for DBX 6 in Miami, where raw power meets pure grit. Every second counts. The Schmo here to give you some VIP interviews, rub elbows with all the sports personalities, and get the true pulse of what goes on inside that ring. Stay tuned, and if we need extra security, we're here too. Guys, back to you.
We know you got it handled there, Schmo. It's going to be an electric atmosphere here tonight in Miami. Can't wait to bring you this action. Cannot wait to bring you this main event between Rob Perez and Michael Garcia, as these two have been jawing at each other nonstop all week. That is part of the Wolves game. He loves to get into his opponent's head, and he is trying to do that this week. I don't know if it's getting through Michael Garcia, Frank, but that mental warfare, how important is that in the lead up to a big stakes fight?
You know what? You can really throw a guy. When you go out there and you get into his head, you can take a guy out of his game plan. You make people emotional. Emotional people make mistakes, so it really can't play into it. I've seen many great fighters be destroyed by a great game plan by their opponent, playing that type of tactics that he does.
He is a veteran of this sport. I mean, Rob Perez has really taken himself as the poster man for this sport. He bleeds dirty boxing, as he says. Dirty boxing is the wolf, and the wolf is dirty boxing. You see some of his handiwork here in the DBX ring as he's finished off some of his opponents, and he has wanted this title shot. He's returned from injury. He was supposed to fight for the first heavyweight title, was sidelined by a hip surgery or by his hip procedure, and now he's back and healthy. Jason, but he's got a tall task in Big Mike.
Big Mike, Michael Garcia, who is also experienced in this rule set. He's undefeated in combat sports, 2-0 in dirty boxing. He is a smooth operator. It's going to be key for him to box, not brawl, keep this fight where he wants it.
He's also one of those guys, unassuming, has that energy where you don't know quite how he ticks, but he's a different guy when he walks in that ring, carries a heavy heart going into this too, as he's fighting with a lot of emotion, not only that, but for a championship. So we have been very impressed seeing these two, and you can see the comparisons here between them. Rob Perez coming in at 6 foot, 239 pounds, 73 inches. He'll be in the black trunks. And Big Michael Garcia lives in the name, 6'3", 227 pounds with a 77-inch reach. He'll be in the white trunks tonight here in the Dirty Boxing Ring. Cannot wait to see these guys in action tonight. Can't wait to bring you the rest of this card here tonight, as we have an unbelievable main card coming your way. We'll start off with the Cobra, Milos Janicic, making his return as he's taking on the Wild Man, Taylor Burley. Adam Progress. These are two towering middleweights, both 6'7", as he's taking on Blake Lacaz in the middleweight division. Then we have South Florida's own, the South Florida cash cow, El Gallo, Brian Duran, taking on Tristan Galashan. And in our co-main event, the sensational Montavious Ware makes his return to the Dirty Boxing Ring as he takes on Luis Saldana. That one is going to be all action. Montavious Ware, and you can see one of the things Montavious Ware takes in advantage is the rule set, as everything basically upper body is available at their disposal. 4-ounce gloves. You got yourself no hugging. If you hug and hold, you can get a point taken from you. 3 3-minute rounds, except for the championship, which will be 5 3-minute rounds. Conditional ground and pound. You earn a knockdown. You got 5 seconds to go and finish your opponent. No grappling, no submissions. Elbows and back fists are allowed here in the Dirty Boxing Ring. What it basically leads up to, a lot of highlight reel finishes. So do not blink. You do not want to leave your stream here, as you are going to see some sensational stuff here in that Dirty Boxing Ring here tonight. So we got our first fight. We're going to bring you the first of 12 here tonight at the James L. Knight Center here in Miami, Florida, as the fans cannot wait to see this action. And we're going to start in the lightweight division, as we have Huskich taking on Jeremy Henry, and they'll get going in 3 rounds of action. Can't wait to bring it to you, and can't wait to bring this entire night here for you, as DBX 6 is getting ready to bring your way right here from the James L. Knight Center in Miami.
Two dangerous men. One violent collision waiting to happen. Huskich brings pressure and bad intentions every second of the fight. Jeremy Henry steps in ready to answer with grit, power, and zero fear. In dirty boxing, somebody's getting tested early. And neither man plans on taking a step back.
Getting set for our first fight of the night here. That's bad combo. doesn't even like his birth name, Jason, getting set to make his way to the dirty boxing ring.
Yeah, there he is, Jeremy Bad Combination Henry. Dude showed up with belts this week, all strapped up. I guess he has 3 MMA titles. That was all in 1 year at 145 pounds. Fought 6 times in 2025. Loves to stay active. Has 9 wins in pro MMA. All by finish. Really excited to be here. Can't wait to see what he can do in the D-ring.
He certainly brought the energy all week, and you could feel it. He's excited for this opportunity. Took this fight on short notice, but has been interacting with the fans. Was wild at the way as anybody who was wanted to talk to him. He was ready to spread the name, and he's looking to make a name for himself here in this dirty boxing ring. But even when he was dealing with the media, every time somebody tried to address him, they say, Jeremy, he goes, bad combo. Jeremy, bad combo. That's what he wants to go by. So we intend to see some bad combinations here and some dangerous action in the dirty boxing ring when he steps in there.
You know, we talked about all the experience tonight from past athletes that have competed in dirty boxing. This opening fight, not the case. Neither guy has experience. Going to be interesting to see how this one shakes out.
Frank, what do you think at this disposal, seeing all these tools in this dirty boxing ring? What are you excited to see in action this first fight?
Well, actually, I'd like to see how Jeremy Bad Combo actually performs. One thing we know as fighters, sometimes all the bravado, all the selling before the fight, a lot of guys are humble because it's scary that after you lose, you got to eat all that back. So a lot of guys don't have this kind of ego that he has because they realize, I don't want to cash that check. So that puts a lot of pressure on yourself. I'm always interested to see guys that do that, how they're able to perform without a lot of pressure that they put upon themselves.
It's going to be interesting to see how that energy feeds just right off the bat. And that's the thing with dirty boxing. Everybody talks about the new skill set they like. They love the fact those who come from MMA, they love the fact they got the shorter rounds. Those who are coming from bare knuckle, they love the fact that they can throw with more bad intentions in here. And that's what makes for so much action in these dirty boxing fights.
Dirty boxing's just different. Punches, elbows, spinning attacks, that's it. And a lot of guys come in with a game plan that goes out the window once combat begins.
Well, we got our blue corner there making his way into the ring. Let's get to the other half of this fight as we're getting ready to get this first fight of the way under night.
And there is the Bosnian Dragon, Ago Huskich. You know, Huskich was trying to find a fight at 45, but everyone ran away from him. Everyone denied him, so he found a lightweight brave enough to sign up to fight. He's an experienced fighter, right? He fought Brendan Loughnane in the PFL. That was back in 2022. Really interesting talking to him. He wants to get out here and show off his hard work. He's more about the art of mixed martial arts than the fighting component. Should be an absolute banger here. He's ready to show off his skills at DBX.
He's definitely been itching to get in there after all this waiting that he's had. Frank, in a fighting career, how frustrating is that not being able to find an opponent, being on the sidelines because nobody wants to fight you?
Yeah, it's horrible. You know what? I've experienced a lot with my daughter now. Sometimes when you're too good too soon, it makes it hard to get fights. You end up having to like give up most of your purse to give it to the other people to entice them to really swing that bag to get them to come into your gameplay. Otherwise, you go without fighting because guys just don't want to face you and take that mark early in their career.
One of the things that's interesting, Jason, we've seen a lot of different tricks here in the dirty boxing ring. He's promising something new. We don't know. He won't spoil it in the fighter meeting.
He says he wants to revolutionize dirty boxing. He's been preparing for this for 6 months. He has all sorts of skills. You know, it's interesting to see what happens when you get in there because things change, plans change. It is a new sport. It's its own sport. We'll see what Huskich has here tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see him in there and this first-time matchup. He was saying that he's been missing fighting so much, he's been dreaming about fighting. You ever dream about fights, Frank Mir?
All the time. In fact, even just right now with what's going on, I was looking at the rule set. I'm like, so if I put my foot behind you as I hit you, that's not, you know, like, how does that count? So there's all kinds of aspects to this. I'm currently interested if the other guys are seeing it and what gets employed as the sport grows.
That's the kind of insight we're going to excited to have tonight with Frank Mir. He's already thinking about the other tricks that nobody's already used, Jason.
Give me all of it. And what I'm interested to hear Frank talk about is MMA versus boxing, right? And Mike Perry talking about boxers having a chance against MMA fighters by making it dirty. The elbow utilization is still evolving as this sport grows. I'm always looking for the elbows.
Well, the Bosnian Dragon getting set to enter the dirty boxing ring and getting set to take on Jeremy Henry. We're excited for this first matchup here tonight. The first of 12 here at the James L. Knight Center in Miami. Let's send it up to the best pipes in the business. But before that, let's get to our tail of the tape here between these two as Huskich going in, 32 years old, 5'10", weighing in 154.9 pounds with a 70-inch reach. Jeremy Henry, 32 years old, 5'8", weighing in at 153.8 pounds with a 72-inch reach, and both are making their dirty boxing debut. And now we'll send it up to Michael Hansen to get our night underway here at DBX 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the James L. Knight Center here in Miami, Florida. This is DBX 6, Perez versus Garcia. And now this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the DBX lightweight division. This bout is sponsored by Tempters. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Christopher Young. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks and standing 5 feet 8 inches tall. Official weight, 153.8 pounds. He steps through the ropes tonight, making his dirty boxing debut and fighting out of Atlanta, Georgia. Jeremy, bad combination, Henry. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black trunks. He is standing 5 feet 10 inches tall. He stepped on the scale and officially weighed 154.8 pounds. And he also comes in tonight, making his DBX debut. Originally from Gračanica, Bosnia. And now he is fighting out of Des Moines, Iowa, the Bosnian Dragon, Huskich.
Having our words there, and we're getting set for action here in the dirty boxing ring. Excited for DBX 6. Brendan Tobin ringside alongside the legend Frank Mir and Jason Anik as we got 12 fights of action. Going to start off here in the lightweight division as Chris Young has our final instructions.
Rick, when are you ready? Bail!
And round 1 is underway.
Keep the head on the swivel, have movement, have movement. Utilize those feints, utilize those feints.
A little jab early there by Huskich to start this thing off. Been itching to get back into action after so much time outside of fighting.
As a refugee. There we go. Huskich came to the U.S. as a refugee, placed in the U.S. poverty system, right? Developed some anger problems when he was younger, sort of upset about what he didn't have, and fighting is the way he found to build a career.
Great to see that identity in martial arts that enabled him to have a great outlet for all that aggression in a way that was very productive. It's interesting to watch it go right now. Even a guy with such a wrestling background, classic boxing stance, going back and forth, jab, cross, keeping the distance, in and out. Very faded off with a check hook as he moved his head out of the way.
Go tries that hook, but Henry gets out of the way. Jab lands up top there for Huskich.
Good technique early by both guys on the first early
Excellent.
prelim.
A bad combo, though. You can tell he's a stronger guy, heavier build, but a little bit slower off of the returns. He's trying to counter Usyk as he's coming in, but he's able to get it out. Caught up a little bit there.
Big body shot connects there for Huskich.
After every shot, move.
Yeah, Huskich very loose and relaxed, moves in and out quite well. And Henry's just kind of plants his feet as he comes in. He tries to evade one or two, like to land a power shot of his own, but most of the time, Huskich's been able to come back out of that and bounce out from any kind of return fire.
Just over a minute here in our first round as DBX 6 is underway from the James L. Knight Center in Miami.
Well, that's the thing, BT. 3 3-minute rounds. I mean, before you know it, we're under a minute.
Huskich tries that right up top. Some showboating from him.
Both guys, nope, go ahead, Frank.
Well, it's like almost like a pace of running. People say, oh, 3-minute round is shorter. You get just as tired as you go 5 because it's a different pace of running. It's an 800-meter compared to going a quarter mile. You're still giving draw. The 3 minutes can be almost more exhausting because it's a higher pace. But even a 5-minute, a longer round, because you'll find times to cruise, you'll find times to rest. Great point.
Henry catches him with that hook as he gets out of the corner. 10 seconds left here.
Nice tight elbows there.
Stop!
Chris Young breaks him up, and round 1 is in the books.
Cut him on the ear there. I think Henry landed a pretty decent elbow on that left ear of Huskich, and I think I saw blood starting to already come out. That's one thing about elbows, man. With no padding on there, that's bone on skin. It does not take nothing. Very much pressure to go ahead and open somebody up.
You're doing great, kid.
Ago showing some love back home to the camera.
More pressure, no winging punches. Keep everything straight down the fight. Right, play it smart, he sucks. Hey, everything straight down the fight, no naked punches. Feint, throwing punches. He can't great liver, I love you guys. Control your breathing.
Not only can Huskich not keep the smile off his face, but enjoy and talking to the camera here as opposed to the coach at the moment.
Seconds out.
He's been itching to get back in there.
Mouthpiece. Hey,
see that jab there. All right. Getting out of the way of Henry's offense. And then the tie up there late. Round 2 underway here.
Both guys came in under that 155 number. Both typically fight at 45. Both look fresh.
Left gets through there by Ago. Huskich lands another one, and we can see that Henry's starting to leak there up by the nose.
Huskich's been able to switch stance, southpaw, go orthodox, and then from the southpaw stance, he's landed a straight left down the middle a couple times now. That really has had an effect on Henry's face.
Tries a little spinning attack and then lands on the follow-up there.
Maybe that was one of those moves to revolutionize the sport, Brendan.
He promised it.
Ooh, clean right on the return.
He's landed those lay shots a couple of times on these combinations. But you can see the blood pouring there from bad combo Henry.
Huskich getting a little wild with the hooks, not quite finding the range. If he does connect on one, though, could be lights out.
Definitely see Henry a little more apprehensive to go into the pocket now.
You know what I like of seeing Henry right now is that first he was excited, a lot of adrenaline pumping that first round. He was throwing a lot behind those shots. And now he's like relaxing, throwing smoother. There's not as much intensity, but there's more activity. Those shots are going to be harder for Huskich to see because they're more effortlessly thrown and just smoother.
Also, Frank, it seems like Huskich got those slow hooks, like he almost kind of shows it and grazes with the contact and then, you know, can bring something a little bit worse.
Yeah, he uses it to load his legs, get off angle.
There's an elbow there by Henry that lands. He's getting some offense of his own as they get tied up against the ropes. Chris Young resets him. No hugging in dirty boxing. Just under a minute here in round 2. You can see the blood on Henry. A little back fist lands there by Huskich.
But Henry hanging around.
He's tough, man. Hook lands up top for Henry as he's starting to get his own combinations. Tries to follow with the elbow. Huskich tying it up to try and slow some offense. He won't get much time to do that, but the elbow's trying to get his own damage going. And there's another big swing, and he hits an uppercut.
Henry's found a second win, putting it on Huskich a bit here.
Living up to the nickname, bad combination, starting to land some here as the elbows are following up, and there's another and another.
That's an incredible output he's just had out there.
A big follow-up elbow there by Jeremy Henry to close out that round as he really rallied strong. Here you got our matchup coming up next on our early prelims. Monte Ogbonna getting set against Leonardo Acanda, one of Miami's own. He's getting set for his Dirty Box debut. Monte made his debut earlier.
Ogbonna had that big win over James Cannon. Sorry, BT.
No, absolutely. James Cannon, one of the early faces of Dirty Boxing. But here you see Jeremy Henry, starting to get his offense going and really having success with that elbow. Really felt like it changed the round.
It did. He started off by just moving relaxed, smooth. He didn't start extending punches, even when he wasn't connecting. Just moving his weight, moving his body, moving his hands. And then as he started developing the pattern and seeing, he just raised up the intensity and the velocity of those shots. It was amazing. What a long time to stay on the pedal, too. I'm very impressed. That's a lot of conditioning work there.
Yeah, you know, I feel like whoever has more in the tank here potentially could emerge victorious here in round 3.
Here we go, our third and final round here to kick off DBX 6. Jeremy Henry in the white trunks and Ago Huskich in the black.
Most likely 1-1 on the scorecards.
I would agree with that.
See the blood now from Huskich, so both of these guys wearing it.
Henry's kind of went back to throwing the heavy shots again, where he puts a lot of intensity behind him. But there, he starts moving his hands. See how he's throwing punches in the air. He's moving his rhythm. He's getting himself loose and relaxed, firing off. He tends to do a much better technique development.
Big right hand there lands for Henry, and he lands another one. And Huskich in some trouble as he ragdolls him to the corner, keeps landing with that right hand.
You know, Huskich showing a chin, but Henry definitely has more cardiovascular, you know, strength in the tank right now. Huskich wearing it.
A referee breaks him up to reset the action. An uppercut lands and another right as bad combo. Very comfortable getting those elbows in the mix.
Yeah, and also too, bad combo, Henry. He's a muscular guy. You tend to not see guys with his build with this kind of cardio output. It's even more mind-blowing.
Oh, big left.
You can see Huskich is starting to wear this damage. Body shot lands for Henry. Then a right lands up top.
Not surprised that bad combinations walking around here with a bunch of belts now that we're seeing him in the D-ring.
He's got the follow-up elbow there, and he literally and figuratively has Huskich on the ropes. Got about a minute left here in this final round. As you can see, he keeps coming with the elbows.
And Huskich willing to sit in the pocket.
Well, he's starting to throw these little belly shots, but there's not enough on them, not enough rotation to really do much damage at all to Henry. He's just honestly not even paying attention to them. He's throwing his elbows over the top and trying to cause damage that way.
It seemed as though in the first round, Huskich didn't really fear what was coming back his way. Doesn't seem to be the case now.
I mean, you can have a chin, but there's only so much you can take, and there's attrition, battle of attrition here.
Got about 30 seconds left here in our final round. Can Henry close the show? Feels like he's got the momentum here. Huskich fans some body shots, but he's wearing a lot of damage as another left lands up top there for Henry. We get to the close of this third and final round. Little spinning show there by Huskich doesn't land as these two go the distance to kick off here. DBX 6. What a showing by these two. But Jeremy Henry felt like he took momentum from that fight from round 2 on.
Yeah, that was an aggressive 9 minutes. Really liked what we saw at a bad combination, Henry. First round probably went to Huskich, but Henry very poised at the beginning of that second round. You talked about the slow, deliberate, and then really felt like he was very calculated. Last 4 minutes went to work in this fight.
He actually delivered what a lot of coaches ask their athletes to do. Hey, let your hands go. The first round, he was holding back and only throwing intermediately because he was trying to load up so much. His coach said, hey, let your hands go. He started just throwing light intensity punches, but he was letting them go. And then once his timing and rhythm started to build, then he laid it on and laid it on hard.
Well put, Frank.
See Huskich there on the stool after all his action. We take a little look at the handiwork from here. There you can see Henry with that big right up top. And then just found accuracy. Really was starting to muscle Huskich and just turned the tides of this fight after he was bleeding the first one to show color in this bout. But then he got his own back.
They put Usyk in some really deep waters. Basically just drowned him. There's just intensity. These shots are hard, but I don't know if one deliberately necessarily been the one that really shook him completely. It was just so many shots, shot after shot, just beating him on his armor, and just he couldn't come out from it. Couldn't get any kind of forward momentum going after that first round.
Let's send it up to Michael Hansen, who will make this official with the decision.
Oh, to the scorecards. And all three judges scored the fight 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision, Jeremy Bad Combination Henry.
Well, a very impressive dirty boxing debut for Bad Combinations, Jeremy Henry, as the two show some respect afterwards. But we'd be curious to see Iago back in here if he, you know, a little bit more seasoning. He's been out of the ring in action for a while and got off to a good start, but Henry was impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a great chance Huskich, despite losing his debut, will find his way back in here. You know, dirty boxing, for those of you tuning in for the first time, how about that 9 minutes, even without a finish? That's entertaining.
A lot of these guys out there showing off a lot of their skills. They love it. A lot of guys who excited to showcase some things. But here you can see Bad Combinations, Jeremy Henry and the Bosnian Dragon, Iago Huskich. And in the early going, it was Huskich. He felt like he had the comfortability in this one. Was trying to tie up.
Smiling on the stool.
Well, he really was. He was loose, he was relaxed, but then as his pace started going, it really wasn't so much that he did anything wrong, but really, Henry started actually picking up and improving. Instead of trying to load up and land these one or two big shots, again, he let his hands go. He let him go loose, relax. Even if he was only hitting, 20, 30%. Once he started getting a rhythm going, then he started increasing the volume and just really drowned Usyk and just ran him over.
It was really impressive to see him throw all that artillery from close quarters, and a heck of a dirty boxing debut for Bad Combinations, Jeremy Henry.
Couple failed backflips, but we won't hold it against him.
He put up enough highlights during the fight.
Well, I mean, I can't believe he hasn't left his gas tank to even walk out of there, let him explode hard enough to do a backflip. That's just, his conditioning is unreal.
Who knows, maybe he's walked around with all those belts this week. Maybe a dirty boxing championship belt in his future. But we'll get to the second fight here in our early prelims here from the James L. Knight Center in Miami, Florida. Great to be back in Magic City. And in the middleweight division, Ogbonna makes his way to the dirty boxing ring for the second time. And Leonardo Acanda, native of Cuba, but has made his home down here in South Florida, ready to make his dirty boxing debut. Excited to see these two as our early prelims get going and continue on here at DBX 6.
Monty Morrison enters looking to impose his will from the opening bell.
Something heavy like this.
Across from him, Leonardo Acanda comes in hungry to make a statement. This is the kind of matchup where toughness gets pushed to the limit. No feeling out process, just action from the start. Only one of them gets to leave with the momentum.
is Leonardo Block Acanda, already looking like he's ready to mess someone up in there. Popular fighter down here in Miami, Florida. He's inspired by the memory of his father, motivated him to become a world champion in his dad's honor. Grew up in a tough environment, turned to boxing to change his life, the discipline, the purpose, the direction. Lot of potential out of Block Acanda, likes the big stage, wants the pressure on him. Excited to see him against the DBX veteran, Ogbonna.
Definitely can hear this South Florida crowd welcoming one of their own to the Dirty Boxing ring. South Floridians here love when those from the 305 or fight out of here make their way. And you can hear the support already from Leonardo Acanda. Talking to him at the ceremonial weigh-ins yesterday, he said, you know, he is coming from boxing, but he's pretty excited to throw those elbows. He's excited to dust off that skillet he doesn't use very much.
Yeah, and I'm interested to hear what Frank Mir has to say as the night goes on about the elbows, because as we watch this sport evolve, I know I said this earlier, but elbows are different in dirty boxing than they are in MMA. They don't always come as naturally. Oftentimes you really have to get inside the space. So the sport is still continuing to evolve. Excited to see Block Acanda compete. He actually knows El Gallo, Brian Duran, who's competing in the main card. They train together, he knows him well. Duran tells us to look out for Block.
He's got the Miami Vice shoes on, and he's ready to go here in his hometown.
Ogbonna, yeah, wow.
Enter Monty Python Ogbonna. Trains at American Top Team in Coconut Creek, Florida. Made his dirty boxing debut at DBX 5 back in January. Split decision fight against the DBX veteran James Cannon that actually went to that fourth round. So often happens with a split decision in dirty boxing. Edged Cannon there. Excited to prove himself here. He came in easily underweight in the light heavyweight match against Cannon. He's here at middleweight where he belongs. A lot of pro MMA experience, was in the PFL in 2023, LFA in 2024. He's had a full camp this time, so he's expecting bigger things. Was supposed to face DBX veteran Bam Bam Hodesing in this spot.
Yeah, the other interesting thing, that was one of the rules we didn't get to, you guys, but yes, if it is a close fight, there is the chance for a fourth extra round to decide it if it's too close, because sometimes it can be close in these three-minute rounds to figure out a winner, so they need that extra round. And that's where he was able to pull it off against James "Dat Loose" Cannon and his first dirty boxing win.
So we talk about Ogbonna being in Coconut Creek, Florida, close by with American Top Team. That's not where he came from originally. Lagos, Nigeria, until he was 10 years old. Came over here, he speaks 2 African languages. I'm excited to see his development in dirty boxing. I think it was great that he had the opportunity to compete in 4 rounds in his first event.
And that did that on short notice too, so he was excited to get a little bit more of a camp for this one, a little more notice, even with the opponent switch. He feels more comfortable within himself, so excited to see this second performance from Monte. We'll take a look at our tail of the tape here between our second combatants of the night in our early prelims. Monte Ogbonna, 28 years old, stands 6'4", weighed in at 184.2 pounds, got an 81-inch reach. 1-0 in the dirty boxing ring. He'll be wearing the black trunks. Leonardo Acanda, 35 years old, 6'1", weighed in at 185 pounds, a 74-inch reach, and this is his dirty boxing debut, and he will be wearing the white trunks. Let's set it up to Michael Hansen to get this one underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the DBX Middleweight Division, sponsored by Prince Street Pizza. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Samuel Burgos. And now, introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the white trunks. He stands 6 feet tall. He weighed in at a ready 185 pounds. And he comes in tonight making his dirty boxing debut. Damas y caballeros de Pinar del Rio, Cuba. Now he lives and fights out of Miami, Florida, Leonardo Acanda. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Wearing black trunks, he stands 6 feet 4 inches tall. Official weight 184.2 pounds. He comes in tonight with a DBX record of 1-0. Originally from Lagos, Nigeria. Now he fights out of Coconut Creek, Florida. Monte Python Ogbonna.
Remember, take yourself at all times. Touch him if you like. Come out of the belt.
Samuel Burgos, our most experienced dirty boxing official, back in the ring for his first fight of the night between Monte Ogbonna and Leonardo Acanda. Round 1 underway. All right, he wants a reset of this start here, as Ogbonna looked like he was coming out with the Superman punch to start. Now he's set for action. And round 1 underway. So we got a tie up there, and Ogbonna going to the body early as Acanda tries to turn him into the ropes, but these two are throwing a lot of shots. There's a down elbow from Acanda, and you can see we got some blood early. Looks like Akanda's cut open. Ogbonna got him.
Is that on the ear?
Yeah. It looks like it. They're tied up here. You're not going to be allowed to hold and too much. You can lose a point if you do it too much. There's a little elbow attempt there by Ogbonna. Right hand lands up top by Acanda.
Oh, blocks and powerful shots in close.
Well, to me, holding would be if both hands extend for a clinch. But if you're only extending one hand for the clinch and the other hand is working, it seems like that's just a very active clinch. I wouldn't call that hugging.
Acanda bringing that pressure in his dirty boxing debut.
And a totally different matchup here for Ogbonna. James Cannon, similar size to Ogbonna, tall, a little lankier. He's got a block in front of him. Appropriate nickname for Acanda.
Ogbonna tries some body shots there. Non-stop pressure from Acanda early.
And Akanda's really good head position. You see when he comes forward, he keeps his head right almost on the clavicle of Ogbonna. That way he keeps his back pressure, spine pushing backward. Hard to develop any kind of offense.
Follow-up elbow there from Acanda. Then goes to the body.
Acanda sort of pleading with Burgos. Feels like maybe Ogbonna's hugging a little bit too much.
Right hand lands for Ogbonna, catching Acanda coming in.
A nice right jab there by Ogbonna. Gotta think he needs to try to use his jab and create some range with that 7-inch reach advantage.
Got under a minute here in round 1. Body shot lands for Acanda.
Well, a lot of times the problem is when guys don't do that is you say, hey, use your jab, create distance. They're thinking just to throw a jab, but they actually throw a jab in an offensive manner. They close distance with it. Instead of going, no, hey, use it like a stiff arm, like you're a football player.
Yes.
Guys, right now you hit him and move your body offline or backwards. That's how you use the jab to maintain space. Most guys, again, they'll throw the jab and move their feet both forward. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, no, you just close space. Use the jab to come in.
Some offense starting to land for Acanda here in the corner as we got 10 seconds left here in the first round.
Oftentimes with the pace of these 3 minutes, rounds can be tough to score.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot going on. It's hard to remember at what point, because it's so back and forth.
Right.
Okay, the first 30 seconds here. Wow, it's like you almost have to have a pen and paper in front of you just to even try to have a chance at this.
Glad I'm not a judge. Maybe the damage and the blood on Acanda perhaps gives, the round to Ogbonna. I may lean block. Glad I'm not a judge.
I felt like that blood as soon as that woke him up.
Right.
He was ready to rock after that.
Yeah, I thought he was a lot more aggressive, and a lot more tenacity, and Ogbonna was definitely bringing a lot more pure violence and damage.
See some of the work here, as these guys were in close quarters the entire round.
I like how Acanda uses also the clinch to move Ogbonna around. You see how there he used the underhook, turned his feet, moved his opponent. And when you're being moved from the clinch, it's hard for you to establish any kind of offense of yourself, because now your feet are swinging around.
Round 2 underway here. Ogbonna in the black trunks. Leonardo Acanda in the white. And you can see Block tattooed across his back.
Block Acanda, a 2-time Golden Gloves champion, 2014, 2015.
Trying to make this hometown crowd happy early on, but that stiff shot gets through for Ogbonna. Samburgo's going to break these guys up. Seeing enough tying up there in the corner.
Well, like I said, once you see both hands tying up, they're not throwing any strikes, then yeah, I would consider that more of a hug in the clinch.
Yep.
With one hand is active, unless it's obviously just a pitter-patter type of offensive movement, I think that's, you let it go.
More pressure from Block.
Yeah, it's definitely important to let them work in the clinch. Burgos does a good job. They did add, you can penalize a fighter 1 point for hugging, but I would think they'd be warned before that would happen.
Yeah, you have to use a warning on that, because that's, again, that's subjective. Different referees do different ways. Some guys are quicker to call that than any rule set.
Burgos trying to get some distance between these guys, and they tie right back up in there, but throws a shot. There we go. Can see a little bit of exhaustion on Ogbonna. A lot of action in that first round. As Frank Mir said, 3 3-minute rounds doesn't mean you can't burn out quick.
Sometimes guys make mistakes in that pass, going from a combat sport that's going from a longer round system to a shorter round system. You think, oh, this will be easy. I'm used to this. I'm like, that's like saying a guy who runs a mile can go do a quarter mile. It's gonna be easy. He's run 4 times as long. I'm like, there's a whole different pace and intensity. You will be tired, trust me.
So true. We've seen it time and time again.
About 30 seconds left here in this second round.
Both guys a little stagnant with their feet. Every time they're trying to strike, they sort of end up connected to one another.
We come to the end of round 2. A lot of trying to get some space to get some offense off. Coming up next here, we'll start our prelim portion of the card. And there you got 2 guys who have been there. Dustin Bailey.
That's not Jeff Craig, his opponent. There's Jeff Craig. That's the guy warming him up. Looks like he's ready to go in dirty boxing.
Jeff Craig
trying to get an opportunity.
Almost looked like he's in the coach role getting ready. But both these guys had sensational dirty boxing debuts, so excited to see their second performances here in the dirty boxing ring. As you can see, Leonardo Acanda getting some coaching here as we go into round 3.
Another tough round to score. Appreciate y'all being with us live on YouTube, DBX6, live in the 305.
So great to be back with you guys here in Miami. Round 3 underway, a right hand to start there from Acanda. Doesn't want any grabbing with the hands there, Samuel Burgos. Ogbonna trying to get that distance, a little comfortable to get in a spot that he's better off in.
Frank, you bring up great points about, you know, oh, 3-3-minute rounds, right? You do see the fatigue, both guys wearing it. Even Acanda there tried to develop a little footwork to begin the round, but just doesn't have much juice. And no disrespect, I'm sure they're both in good shape, but it's an adjustment.
Absolutely, and especially if you haven't been trained. I've seen a lot of guys have been there, sit there and go, hey, you know, how many minutes is your fight coming up? Oh, it's a 2-minute round. I'm like, oh, have you been sparring that? No, I've been doing 5s. It's easy. I'm like, dude, like, no, it's not. It's a total different pace.
Yep.
The intensity of a shorter duration brings its own elements.
All Dirty Boxing fights, 3 3-minute rounds. Our main event for the Interim Heavyweight Championship, 5 3-minute rounds.
Right hand looks like it sneaks through there from Acanda. Halfway to go here in our final round.
Tough assignment out of the gate for Burgos. A lot of breakups.
Akanda's trying not to stay on the outside. He moves forward and...
Little elbow gets through there from Acanda as Monte tries to put the pressure against the ropes, but Acanda pushes him on out as they reset. Just over a minute left here to go in round number 3.
Dare I say, Brendan, reminds me a little bit of Ogbonna's last fight against James Cannon, where both guys having their moment. It felt like it belonged in that split decision final round.
Ogbonna just, once he gets into the clinch inside there, just his longer arms, he's having a hard time, I feel, looks like developing those elbows and punches.
Nice elbow lands up there for Acanda.
Acanda has a shorter limb, so inside that clinch, up chest to chest, he's got an easier time firing off and finding a proper angle for them.
Goes with some body work. Spinning attack there by Ogbonna.
And that big spinning elbow with 30 seconds left may be the difference in the fight.
Now an uppercut lands, and Acanda tries his own spinning roll. Oh, big shot lands there. They get tied up against the ropes here. We got about 15 seconds left here in our final round. Burgos trying to give him each some space, see if we can get a sensational finish. And there it drops, Ogbonna drops him.
Looked like a Superman punch that dropped him.
There we have almost a takedown out of fatigue as we come to the end of the final round.
Frank, what do you think? Tough one to score.
Absolutely. I think Acanda did enough damage. Moving forward, it was more vicious. But that spinning elbow there was definitely one of the most devastating shots thrown in the whole fight.
Definitely an exclamation point from Monte Ogbonna. We'll see if he can upset the Miami crowd here and take a win back to Broward.
Acanda looked to be the busier fighter in that round. Question for me is if those big moments toward the end for Ogbonna swayed the cards, and obviously rounds 1 and 2, we'll see how those shake out on the judges' cards.
A lot of respect being shown between both these guys. Great matchup between them both. Acanda wearing it early, and there you can see.
It's a better head position for him. Inside the clinch, he was always in a better angle. Because that head position really allowed him to throw the better strikes with the elbows and the punches you see here. Because he could create the angle, he could create space. When Ogbonna wanted to go, it was more of a defensive maneuver, trying to move away. That's where that spinning elbow actually worked for him. He pulled his head away and was able to land that elbow.
Monte Ogbonna finally getting some big shots there late to finish this off. But we'll see if it's enough on the scorecards on this matchup. Let's send it up to Michael Hansen to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of dirty boxing action, we go to the scorecards. And our 3 judges sitting at ringside scored the fight 29-28, 30-27, and 30-27, all for your winner by unanimous decision, Leonardo Acanda.
Big win in his hometown for Acanda. Looked like Ogbonna agreed with the decision.
Well, listen, I think he probably thought to himself, maybe a little too late. He got off to that good start, but it did feel like the pressure dictated a lot by Acanda and got his own good shots going in there, too.
It's funny. Nobody knows more, though, than your opponent, whether you won or lost that fight.
Great point.
When you're both in there with each other like that, I mean, guys can hide and say what they want, but if you can read nonverbal, look over, we both know who really won that fight.
That's a great point. And sometimes in the broadcast booth, it is difficult to judge fights. That's how we're paid to do.
You can see some of the handiwork here as Acanda was bleeding early, but then started getting some of his offense from close quarters. Almost looked like we had a knee feint there.
I didn't catch that during the fight, yeah.
And even the optics of some of the strikes from Acanda just was more active, more offensive.
There's the spinning elbow there in the big moment of the third round. He did. He just walked through it. Lives up to the name.
Yeah, perfect nickname. I'd tattoo that all over my back if I was that dude.
Well, he gets to soak it in here at the James L. Knight Center in Miami as the hometown crowd gets to salute him. Gets it going for the 305 here early. Great to be back here in Magic City after Dirty Boxing taking a couple trips out to Houston and Nashville. So awesome to be back in Dade.
Yeah, you know, so we took the show on the road, DBX 4 in Nashville, DBX 5 in Houston. Our typical spot in Miami is the hangar, but we outgrew that space. We got a packed house here, James L. Knight Center, standing room only.
An exciting night here at the James L. Knight Center. There you see Andrew Tate making his way into the building. He was at the weigh-ins yesterday, him and his brother, there with Johnny Bones Jones, welcoming a lot of our combatants here for the night. Getting ready for our prelim portion of the card here tonight in the middleweight division. Hollywood, Dustin Bailey taking on Jeff Craig. 3 rounds in the middleweight division as our DBX 6 card here continues. Both these guys, sensational debuts. Excited to have them both back in the Dirty Boxing ring.
Dustin Bailey is returning to the DBX ring ready to turn pressure into punishment. Jeff Craig meets him with his own brand of grit and determination.
Sam Burgos, round 2, hits him again. A big uppercut there by Jeff Craig.
Both men know every second matters in a fight like this. Expect a hard fight, a fast pace, and no room to breathe. This one could turn into a dogfight in an instant.
I gotta start here shouting out matchmaker AJ Arios. A lot of matchups I like on the card. Not many I think I like more than this one. Here is Jeff Butter Craig. Been a minute since he was in the Dirty Boxing D-ring. Back in March of 2025, faced Oluwale Bamboshe, a vicious knockout. You know, knocked him down toward the end of round 1 and then round 2, finished him off. Really interested to see Jeff Craig in this rule set once again. Competed in LFA and MMA from 2021 to 2023. A little bit of a mixed bag there, 3-2. I love when we ask him about his opponent. He says, 0 thoughts on my opponent, always.
Yeah, it's exciting to see him back. He had a heck of a debut. Back in our card at the hangar.
Yeah,
in
really.
Early 2025, so it's awesome to get him back in here.
was a big uppercut that he landed in the end of round 1 in his previous outing, and then finished it shortly thereafter, beginning of round 2. Really interesting story, though. Was bullied a lot at 13 years old, started training in a barn, working on a farm from age 13 to 17 years old, was trained by an old Army boxer from Pittsburgh. Just a great story. Still has ultimate goals of being a UFC world champion, but hey, we're taking dirty boxing to the moon, so maybe we'll keep him right where he is.
Can't wait to see him back in here. And as everybody at the weigh-in judge today, he was definitely the loosest. Had a selfie with himself, Hollywood, and John Bones Jones. Haven't seen many face-off selfies, but he decided to go that route.
All right, here he is, Dustin Hollywood Bailey, coming back to the dirty boxing ring. Made his debut at DBX 3, that was back in August. Had that big win over Sean Hodesing, Bam Bam. Sort of settled in nicely and had a huge right-hand knockout. That was in round 2. A Muay Thai fighter, pressure guy, very tough guy. A Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Last time he fought was a brown belt. So a versatile, skilled fighter. That BJJ ain't gonna help him tonight.
Yeah, I told him yesterday at the weigh-in, I said, I don't know what's going to happen, but I said if he does get the win, I hope it's not interrupted, because last time we had all chaos break loose.
Yes.
And he won.
Yes.
Because we had his opponent go up against a security guard, so it's almost like he didn't even get to enjoy it as much.
Yeah, for those that didn't watch DBX 3, Bam Bam Hodesing gets knocked out and then enters another fight right outside the ring with security. But Dustin Bailey, really interesting. You know, he talks a lot about, while this is not Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a lot of the discipline and toughness to his game came directly from being on the mats.
Absolutely. Look, martial arts at all different levels, it's still you. You versus another person. You versus a problem. When they're taking their deepest route, they're all the same. That's one thing I've learned in my life is like kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, they're all the same. There's different extensions from the same art. It's you versus an adversity, you versus yourself. Love it.
Getting excited here for our third matchup of the night from the James L. Knight Center here in Miami, DBX 6. Our main event tonight will be the Interim Heavyweight Championship between Rob Perez and Michael Garcia, but our tail of the tape here of our prelim bout, we'll take a look here at this matchup as you have Dustin Bailey, 32 years old, stands 6 foot, weighed in 185.8 pounds with a 72-inch reach, 1-0 with a KO in the dirty boxing ring. Jeff Craig, 27 years old, stands 6'2", weighed in at 185.8 pounds, 74-inch reach, 1-0 with a finish. Let's send it up to Michael Hansen to get this one underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the dirty boxing middleweight division. This fight is sponsored by Timepiece Trading. And after the bell, your referee in charge, it's Christopher Young. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing white trunks, he stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. Official weight, 185.8 pounds. He comes in tonight with a DBX record of 1-0. Fighting out of Huntington, California, by way of Utica, Pennsylvania, Jeff Butter Craig. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks and standing 6 feet tall. Official weight, 185.8 pounds. And he comes in tonight with a DBX record of 1 win and no losses. He's fighting out of Blacksburg, Virginia, Dustin Hollywood Bailey.
Red corner, blue corner. Okay, gentlemen. All right, you see Steph Justin. Steph Chuck, clean fight. Get my commands of all the time, protect yourselves all the time.
Yes,
touch
sir.
him up.
Yeah.
Back to the corner.
Christopher Young gives them their final instructions as we're getting set for this middleweight bout. Dustin Bailey and Jeff Craig. 3 rounds of action in the dirty boxing ring.
Blue corner, you ready?
Shout out to
Red
Jeff
corner,
Craig,
you
by the
ready?
way, with the
Bam!
butter socks.
You know, we talked off the top about half of the fighters on the card tonight have appeared in dirty boxing before, 15-2 being that record. Both guys undefeated in dirty boxing, something I'll have to give tonight.
Jab lands up top there for Jeff Craig, then switches stances.
Good understanding the in and out. Watch how his feet pulls him in, pulls it out. I like what he tried to do there. He tried to use his shoulder almost to check as Bailey came in.
A couple of elbows exchanged between these two in the corner.
Stop!
Perfect job there by Chris Young. Let them work a little bit, broke him up appropriately.
Yeah, once both hands, once striking stops in the clinch, I agree.
Exciting first minute here in the round. They're smiling at each other.
He's biting every time. There we go, beautiful. What he had. Side elbow.
Yeah, the problem with Craig when he tried to use a body check basically when Bailey was coming forward, he did it and it stunned Bailey, but then he stopped, kind of admired his work. And that's when then Bailey had an angle on him.
Watch the grab it, okay?
Jeff Craig did show quite a chin against Bangboche in his first DBX fight.
Get that feint going. Beautiful.
Jab to the body there from Jeff Craig.
Nice. Used the collar tie there, Craig did, to pull Bailey off and hit a corner.
A little spinning attack misses there, and then a little sneaky uppercut from Jeff Craig. Had success in that in his dirty box debut, but then gets with the elbow.
That's a problem sometimes with throwing a technique that you don't normally do. The sparring, he probably rarely ever does that. You almost kind of pause and say, hey, did that work?
Let him go, let him go.
And you'll see that fighters do that. They'll throw a spin elbow. Right there, you saw Bailey throw that spinning elbow and kind of pause for a second, like, hey, did that work? And then Greg's like, no, I'm right here. I'm right here for you, buddy. No, it didn't work. Try again.
Got under a minute here in our first round. Another elbow gets through there from Jeff Craig, and then he tries a back elbow.
A slipped back elbow. That's incredible. He pulled it off. I love that. What? John hit me with that one time in practice.
We got 30. We got 30.
I just had a flashback.
Both guys had early finishes in round 2 in their dirty boxing debuts, so we'll see how much they have left as the fight goes along. Nice, clean shot from Craig.
There we go, there we go.
Does feel like he's got the flow early on.
And the fact
that one did cut, it looked like Bailey up top.
Yep.
Well, and Bailey actually had he sat there and hung out that jab and been lazy bringing it back, Bailey was countering with a spin.
Nice back elbow there by Jeff Craig. Dustin Bailey tries to follow up, but we're at the end of round number 1. But Butter looking smooth in round 1.
I like it.
There you see the Cobra, Milos Janicic, making his return to the dirty boxing ring tonight. Can't wait to see him kick off our main card.
Janicic is a G. Can't wait to watch him. There's his opponent.
There is the wild man, Taylor Burley. He'll walk around with his Bible all week, excited to make his dirty boxing debut. Excited to see what these guys have.
Let's spin, but turn it up better, all right?
Mason Kemp, Tyler Smith in the corner.
Let's pick it up a little bit. All right, pick it up.
All right, you see some of the handiwork here. The back elbow working for Jeff Craig, and then you have the onslaught here from Dustin Bailey. Right hand snuck through from Hollywood. But then you saw there.
Frank called that one. It's like, what?
Smooth from Jeff Craig. Round 2 underway. Can we send it on over to our coach's corner and Brian Wright? Brian, what are you seeing here in this fight?
Well, what I'm seeing is Dustin Bailey, when he is throwing, he is being effective, but he's smothering himself by closing the distance and allowing Craig to use these really creative elbows. Craig's creativity, to me, won the first round. Bailey's got to create some distance, let these hands fly in combination, stop looking for that one shot over and over.
Appreciate you, Brian. We'll check in with him tonight. And there you see a nice elbow gets through from Bailey.
I do see an evolution in both their games in terms of the dirty boxing rule set. BT, their first fights, a little harder to find their way. They both seem to be executing and seem to have trained more for this rule set.
Nice elbow gets through there by Jeff Craig. Even in this time, he gets another one to land.
You know, one thing Craig too really has a great understanding of, kind of the hot plate. When he's on the outside, when he's throwing the jab, throws a long strike and he hits. If he's not going to stay there and keep throwing other shots or change angles, is to get back out of there. Because your opponent's going to
Jeff Craig has just finished this fight. Chris Young steps in.
What an elbow from Jeff Craig. Stoppage. Bailey didn't look like he liked it. I'm not sure we'll see a replay, but wow. Butter Craig with a statement here.
Jeff Craig with another sensational finish, and I agree, Jason. It did look like Bailey wanted to keep going. We didn't have the follow-up ground and pound. Chris Young just called the fight immediately. And Bailey looking a little frustrated.
That's why, I mean, honestly, my wife always hates when I say this, but I'm a proponent of better eat an extra strike than to stop at one strike too soon. So these guys put a lot behind us, a lot of training, a lot of time and effort. Hey, we're not playing, you know, it's not hopscotch. I realize that there's like, you know, there's going to be some damage here, but at the same time, I don't need the guy to take 30 shots, but taking one shot right here and allowing him to go ahead and see what he could do. See, he rolled right back up. I would just let him take another shot or two. Go ahead and let, you know, him beat him down.
And it's Craig's job, right? This rules are, so it's Craig's job once he hits that floor to get right on him and not pause. We saw Brian Battle do that against Nick Coring in a previous matchup. So
the fact he actually didn't follow him down actually is the reason why the knockout occurred. Sometimes I think if he would have followed him down, he would have crowded his own knockout.
Look, it landed.
Great point.
It did land right on the button. You saw that knee crumble.
Oh, Tony was stunned, no doubt about it. But I mean that if every knockdown we stop it when the guy hits the ground, we'll never have any ability to do any of these finishes. It's almost like the old-fashioned way boxing used to be, where you beat your man down, the Jack Dempsey days.
Well, Jeff Craig with another finish goes to 2-0 in the Dirty Boxing ring. But let's set it up to Michael Hansen to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee Christopher Young intervened and called off the fight. The official time, 1 minute and 14 seconds of round number 2, declaring your winner by TKO, Jeff Butter Craig.
2 wins, 2 knockouts, both in the second round. If I were Jeff Craig and I were to play the lottery, I'd throw a lot of 2s in there.
I tell you what, I hope to see him back here, you know, and he did make his debut in Dirty Boxing back in March, competed twice since in other promotions, both W's, so Craig on quite a tear.
He's made quite the impression at just the young age of 27, so excited for his career. We'll take a little look back at some of this as, man, some sensational strikes by both these guys in here. But you have Jeff Craig so loose, so relaxed all week, and then he gets in there and hits you with some ferocity. You had this barrage by Dustin Bailey in round 1. You saw the right and the elbow get through. And then it was really that back elbow that felt like it really made Jeff Craig comfortable.
Yes.
It's very hard to read. I mean, here your opponent lowers his head. You watch him go down, and then from behind, it swings up. It actually blindsides you, because it's a curveball, basically. Your eyesteps looking down as you're watching. It's the equivalent like over the overhand punch in boxing. Guys, when they're good at that, usually they start low, they drop down, and you're watching them as you're rolling down. It's hard to see that punch come from up a different angle over the top. Here, your eyes are following the guy down, and then from an angle from behind and over the top, you never see the elbow.
Makes sense. You saw Jeff Craig going over talking to CEO Malky Cow. It's going to be interesting, you know, in Dirty Boxing right now, we have 2 champions, right? Heavyweight champion Jairzinho Rosenstrike, women's bantamweight champion Paula Bittencourt. There will be more belts at stake. Perhaps Jeff Craig can welcome someone to challenge him for the middleweight strap. DBX 7 or 8 down the road.
Well, we got an exciting atmosphere at the James L. Knight Center. Let's send it over to the Schmo. Schmo, what do you got for us there?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with electrifying UFC lightweight Jalen the Tarantula Turner, soaking up all the DBX action. What do you make of that knockout right here that we just saw?
That was a beautiful knockout. That elbow was amazing. I didn't see it coming. That was electrifying. That's what DBX is all about right there.
What do you make of this rule set, getting the elbows? Obviously, we got the ground and pound, and it's all set for only action.
I think it's amazing. It's action-packed. Every fight has already been a banger. I love it. It keeps the fans excited and engaged. There's nothing boring about it.
You know a thing or two about electrifying fights. Coming out that big victory against Edson Barboza. If you were to fight in DBX, what would be the result on the canvas?
It would be a lot of blood.
A lot of blood.
A lot of blood, absolutely. Elbows all day.
When do we see you return next?
Hopefully soon, hopefully June. Who knows? We'll see.
We'll see indeed. Guys, Jalen, the Tarantula, Turner, back to you.
Appreciate it, Schmo. Excited to have him here. Excited to have you all here with us here at DBX6. Brendan Tobin here ringside alongside the legend Frank Mir and Jason Anik. We got an exciting night ahead as our prelim card rolls on here from Miami, Florida. The 305, excited to have you here tonight. And now, the big boys ready to step inside the Dirty Boxing ring. Sung Joon Lee getting set to take on Steven Guerola in 3 rounds of heavyweight action here at Dirty Boxing Championship.
Sung Joon Lee brings sharp focus and a dangerous edge into this matchup.
Right behind that.
Steven Guerola stands opposite him, prepared for a war in close range. When styles clash in dirty boxing, things get dirty fast. This one has all the makings of a brutal showdown. The question is, who can stay standing when the chaos takes over?
Yo le iba a grabar, pero en baja calidad. Y ella me dijo que no está. Una maldita loca, una ratatá. Ella lo que quiere es que la ponga en 4K.
Here is Steven Guerola. It looks like he wants to wink again, just like in his headshot. Coming to Dirty Boxing, making his debut, coming out of Phoenix, Arizona. Trains with top UFC heavyweight Waldo Cortez Acosta. Has some Muay Thai background, was a Muay Thai amateur champion. Started training in 2021, was 3-0 as an amateur MMA fighter. But he's an athletic guy. Studied, played football at the University of Arizona. Played center, weighed 320 pounds at that time. Dabbled a little bit in the pros, played with the Cleveland Browns briefly. Played arena football for 5 years. So was in the ball sports now, putting on the gloves, see what he has for the Hippo, who's making his return to DBX tonight.
This is a statement of athletic ability, though. There's not many guys in this world that will ever make an American football team and be on a roster. If you have the genetics to be there, to make it, out of all the other kids you compete against, I forgot what the percentage is, 0.03 or whatnot, the guys that play football in high school never make it to that level. The fact you even make it to a practice field says so much. Now you're a heavyweight, his athletic ability is incredible.
I love it. 2 of them tonight on the card. Zach Pauga, played with the Texans briefly, fullback, so got some meat on the bone tonight, boys.
Brought a great energy all fight week. Excited to see him here making his Dirty Boxing debut. And good to see if he can solve the riddle of Sung Joon Lee, who looks sensational in his Dirty Boxing debut. But obviously, Steven Guerola looking to make a big impression in his DBX debut here.
What you know about rolling down in the deep? When the brain goes numb, you can climb into freeze.
Enter Sung Joon Lee. The Hippo made his Dirty Boxing debut earlier this year, January 30th. A big win over DBX veteran Victor Cardoso. That was actually Lee's first time out of South Korea in his life. Made a quick turn, happy to have him back. Think it's a good thing that he experienced 3 full rounds, 9 full minutes as a heavyweight in this rule set. Excited to see what he can do here tonight against Guerola. Does have a lot of pro MMA experience, 7-8-1 overall, 6 finishes by knockout.
You know, one thing too here, as far as when I talk to guys about, you know, adventuring and trying out your martial arts abilities in different arenas, for MMA guys, one advantage here that it's one thing that I've always found a difficult thing with, and other guys too that come from an MMA dominant background. When we first go into boxing or kickboxing that has a standing 8 count, where they do those counts, being disqualified for following your guy down. It's hard in the middle of combat for me to catch somebody and have the instinct to not follow them to the mat. As boxers know not to do that. They're trained to not do that. I've seen many MMA guys lose fights because we go into kickboxing, go into boxing match. Here, this was just a regular bare knuckle rule set. You hit a guy, you rock him. He goes and puts a hand on the mat. You hit him again, oh, you're in trouble now.
And yes, it's fascinating, and especially after seeing that last fight where Jeff Craig, who's a mixed martial artist, pulled back and was almost boxing, but he would have been allowed to finish. Either way, I think your point, Frank, about that fight was great, very well taken, that had he gone to the ground, might not have gotten that knockout.
And it's hard in that middle of all times for you to ask you to respect a certain aspect of the rule system. That's a hard one.
Right.
You know, not throwing a kick when you're not supposed to, not as difficult. But in the middle of fighting, immediately, boom, rock a guy. Now don't follow him down. Oh man, that's hard.
Speaking of hard, the hippo hits hard. Sam Burgo's talking about that power in his last match. If we look at this tail of the tape, Sung Joon Lee, 33 years old, stands 6'1", weighed 265.2 pounds with a 75-inch reach. Won his DBX debut. Steven Guerola, 33 years old, stands 6'2", weighing in at 264.6 pounds. And he has that 1-inch reach advantage. Send up to Michael Hansen and introduce the heavyweights.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the DBX Heavyweight Division. This fight is sponsored by Swing Trading Lab. And after the bell, the man in charge, veteran referee, Samuel Burgos. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks and standing 6 feet 2 inches tall. Official weight, 264.6 pounds. He comes in tonight making his dirty boxing debut and fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona, Steven Guerola. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Wearing black trunks, he stands 6 feet 1 inch tall. He stepped on the scale and officially weighed 265.2 pounds. And he comes in tonight with a DBX record of 1-0, and he fights out of Seoul, South Korea. Hippo Lee Sung-joon.
Get Dick on the back, obey my command, protect yourself at all times. Touch him if you like.
Getting set for this heavyweight matchup, Sung Joon Lee, Steven Guerola. 3 rounds of action. Round 1 underway. Elbow there by Lee early on, and hitting those heavy shots. Here comes Guerola trying to bring the pressure.
Sung Joon Lee has a very quick jab.
Yeah, very technical too. I mean, we sit there. That was a classic way to throw a jab. Elbow was in and extreme straight, rotated at the hip. That was technically perfect as far to throw a jab. And what a difficult thing to do in the middle of a fight. Usually techniques always drop down a level. That's why you're always pushing yourself to the next level, because you know that, hey, when the adrenaline dumps and the lights are on, ooh.
Right hand lands for Lee. Guerola trying to get some back, and he got Lee rocked.
Clearly, Lee has the advantage technically, but Guerola is a brawler. A lot of power behind those shots.
Well, you mentioned that technique-wise, and its lead up to this fight is, what do you bring? Well, the dog in me, showing that I'm going to make up for the lack of technique here.
Yes.
By just ambition, pushing hard, biting down on my mouthpiece and driving forward.
And while we have seen Sung Joon Lee with technical prowess, we haven't necessarily seen the finishing BT ability. Wasn't able to get Cardoso out of there.
Guerola trying that left up top. There you got a little elbow by Lee.
Well, also, too, now here's also you get to see the difference of why you use technique and why you can be aggressive. The dog in me, right, for Guerola. When you do things technically, you tend to use less energy. It's more efficient. So that way you can go longer. Whereas when you use ambition and drive and the dog in you, which is great to have as a backup plan, but it's an inefficient way to fight and it takes more energy. So even being in better shape than somebody, sometimes it's hard to keep that going for the duration of the fight.
Great point.
Guerola trying a couple uppercuts there in close quarters. Under a minute here in round one.
Guerola works out the MMA lab in Arizona.
Again.
Lee going with it, then he lands the right up top. Heavy shots again here for these two.
Yeah, Lee almost even throws like what we call like a Soviet-type jab. In boxing, you have different systems, you know, American boxing style, and we have a Soviet boxing style, the Russians, top boxing. It's how the Cubans typically fought because of the Russian influence down in Cuba. That very erect, stand-up, tall, long jab that basically, once they establish that, sets up the right hand, sets up their cross, which is usually a hammer, which I haven't seen yet. I'm curious to see now, okay, you have the jab down, what's behind it?
Yep.
Little elbow there at the end of round one by Lee.
Good round out of the big boys.
Yeah.
Oh, there you see Andrei Arlovsky making his way into the James L. Knight Center.
I like the shaved head on Arlovsky. How about that?
I like the beard. Way better than the clean-shaven Arlovsky.
Yeah, I agree. How about Arlovsky continuing to compete?
I just won a title.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Sungjun Lee getting some instructions there as we had that action-packed round one. A lot of big shots from these heavyweights.
I think Lee needs to, if I was in this corner right now, I'd be telling him, double up on that jab. He throws one, it's quick, snap, boom. If you're not gonna throw the cross after it or step off line, I think if he sets up with a secondary jab, it's a really established wherever he wants to throw for the third shot. But a double jab for him right now, I think would be on the menu. It would overdrive, and then basically because of his opponent's aggressiveness, Guerola's ability to drive forward, he'll run into the jab and make it very powerful.
They engage there in the corner to start this second round. That pressure there from Guerola.
Yes, keeps his head on the chest, drives forward, pushes Lee really out of position. That's one thing about having the head position within the clinch. The opponent, the fighter that has it, is an advantage in so many ways. Even without there being takedowns, it allows you to punch better. Triple G from Boxing World has a phenomenal head position, and you see that being executed there and how effective it is, even just in a pure boxing clinch.
Let's send it over to Brian Wright. Brian, what are you seeing here?
Well, we're all seeing the same thing when it comes to Lee. When he's using that effective jab, he's doing good. He's not really going for the kill shot here, and he's allowing Guerola in. The one thing with Guerola is he's really using the dirty aspect of dirty boxing effectively here. He's coming forward, but he's not smothering himself. You see when he's coming in, he's setting up those inside shots, and he's really exhausting Lee here.
The interesting thing with that football background is you think as a center, you're used to pushing 300 pounders around, so he can get in there and he can kind of make his way with having to dictate where the fight goes, even if he's not hitting the cleaner shots. But one lands there.
And that's because, again, he uses his head. Once he's in the clinch, as Brian's pointing out, he doesn't smother himself. He keeps a lever, keeps some kind of frame. Some guys use the forearm. He's using his head to keep that frame. It gives him just enough distance to fire in those short elbows and fire in those uppercuts and hooks.
Taking a look here at Guerola's corner, giving some instructions.
You don't want that. La del hombro, la del hombro. Levántalo con el hombro izquierdo.
Yeah, Lee's already lost the battle here. He needs to go ahead and getting out of the clinch would be difficult for him because of Guerola's abilities and drive. It's out here in the open, just like Brian's saying, he needs to throw something in front of it. He's throwing one jab and it works, and then there's nothing. Basically, essentially, the minefield is open, and Guerola's running across it without nothing interfering in between them. He needs to go ahead and throw that second jab. Even if you do a slower jab, to be honest with you, something stiff, keep it out, poking, if he wants to maintain any kind of distance away from Guerola.
Absolutely, because Guerola's winning the clinch. The clinching exchanges, if you will.
Yeah, because he wins the head position right off the bat. It's always steps, it's always cues. Hey, I want you to get here. So here, he's closing distance, cool. Now, once you get here, what are you gonna do? Okay, he has a wrap, a tie-up, and gets a head position. Some kind of frame, I call it. We call it mixed martial arts. Some kind of way for me to maintain distance. Because if I just hug you, chest to chest, very difficult to throw a strike from there. And then when I do go to throw a strike, I can't create any room. There's no distance. You're basically hugging each other, and I'm the one that caused it, usually the guy coming forward.
Well, San Burgos is taking a point from Sung Joon Lee for holding. Tell him to stop holding. We're in the closing seconds here in round 2.
And we see that it's an offensive sport. We're looking to entertain.
Well, one thing he needs to do is stop using the underhook. Lee's using the underhook. His left hand is going underneath the rib cage and holding the underhook, which is essentially holding Guerola in. But Guerola has that head position, so that keeps enough of a frame that he has distance inside that it'll work. If I was in Lee's corner, I'd say, hey, once he gets in your chest to chest, that 50-50 position, you need a frame. His left hand needs to come up and across, and then the forearm, and use that as a lever to keep a frame, keep distance, and beat the head position of Guerola.
Guerola said he was going to bring the dog to this fight.
That's a great description of the style. He throws when it's necessary. It's not always the prettiest, but it's effective. He crosses that field, he closes distance, and once he does, he maintains that clinch with head position and throws and works really well.
You got Adam Progress making his way to the locker room. 6'7" in the middleweight division, and Blake Lacaze, also 6'7". Towering middleweights coming up in our main card tonight. Both confident. Progress just 18 years old.
So totally different circumstance for Sung Joon Lee here with that point deduction in round 2. Have to think the approach has to change a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point loss is a death sentence in a 3-round fight. I mean, it's really hard to come back from.
Had a lighting issue there, so he had to restart the round. Guerola bringing it back. Here's some elbows inside on the corner. Just leaning on Lee.
Guerola relentless.
Yeah, he throws heavy, hard shots, ducking his head, moving it in almost like a Joe Frazier type in boxing, Fedor from MMA, throwing those hard, heavy overhand rights and left hooks, but keeping his head off of the line, moving forward, open for certain things, but it's really hard to throw a straight line shot and hit a guy as he's doing that. Most important, though, he's covering distance and working hard once he gets there.
Jab snuck through there for Lee, but then they get tied up, and you can see he doesn't want to get another point taken. He might need a finish with the way he had a point taken, so it's a little bit of urgency here for the Hippo.
Yeah, he just see again his left hand. His instinct is to go ahead and grab, which I understand it's a clinch work, but that's not what his goals are. You almost want to ask him, like, so you want to hold the guy in? No, I want space. Then why are you hugging him? Why are you holding the guy in? You're helping him. There, that frame there that he just did. That's what he needs to do all the time. People saw what he just with his left hand. It was on the left ear, shoulder area of Guerola. Keeping that down there, keeping that frame, and using his feet then to create distance. And it's great because he can throw the jab, then come back up with the frame. And let him
big lands for Lee.
Guerola dropped his hands for a second.
He finally threw a double jab and then finished it with that right hand. That was beautiful.
But now he goes back to that uppercut just to keep that action going, even when they're close. Little gesturing, trying to goad, and there's an uppercut that lands for Guerola. Now he lands the right. Back to leaning on Lee.
Now with no head position, though. See how the difference is his offensive outlet? When he leans with the shoulder, Guerola, it's much harder to throw a strike. You can, but now you have to initiate a bounce. You have to drive in on the guy, pop him almost with the shoulder, and then when that explosion occurs, then you can throw some shots or create an angle.
Guerola back to the elbow. He was bringing that uppercut from the basement. Trying to land on Lee's chin. Got under a minute left here. Looks like we just had a mouthpiece slip out from Lee. Got 30 seconds left here in this final round. Guerola trying to find a shot to maybe close the show. Lee needs more of what he had early in this round.
Yeah, that one flurry, but been few and far between since.
It's strange, if I didn't know better to watching how they fight here, I would think Lee actually comes from more of a traditional boxing background. because of how good his jab is. The best combination he's thrown was a classic double jab right hand. And within the clinch, he doesn't have a lot there as far as offensive output.
I agree. That is the third and final round. Steven Guerola impressing in his dirty boxing debut.
I'm just so curious for Sung Jung Lee, right? It's been in here now for 6 rounds and definitely slowed as both fights went along. So ultimately, Frank, for these big boys, like, what can these guys do to give themselves more gas in the tank when it comes time to these 3rd rounds and not fade?
Well, what it is also to being efficient. What are they doing? Why are you doing? For example, Lee used a lot of energy with that left underhook to hold him in. So now his arm's tired. The same arm that he wants to throw a nice, loose, effective jab with, he's essentially doing arm curls in between. He's Hogan. So being efficient with what you do, it's anything.
You can see some of Guerola's work here. A lot of it there. But then we had this big exchange. A little bit of life for Sung Jung Lee, but Guerola took it and brought back that pressure.
That was a great double jab right hand. Beautiful. Guerrola's did a good job, but once he got in there, because that's the thing, once you get in there, so I see guys close distance and crowd, but then they don't work. They don't earn it back. He did not do that in a moment. It wasn't until probably the middle of the 3rd round that he started kind of laying chest to chest and was being less aggressive with his output inside that clinch. But, you know, hey, that was already several minutes of hard fighting.
Yeah.
Let's send it up to Michael Hansen and make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of dirty boxing action, we go to the scorecards. And all 3 judges scored this fight 30-26 for your winner by unanimous decision, Steven Guerola.
An impressive debut for Steven Guerola. 1-0 in the dirty boxing ring. Taking every round, and then of course you had that point taken 2 from Sung Jung Lee. Let's take a little look at some of the action here in our heavyweight matchup.
Didn't need that point. Sung Jung Lee back to the drawing board.
Oh, here he goes. Great action, driving in. Once he gets in there, he slipped off line, was able to avoid the jab, and just throws heavy leather. Throwing heavy elbows, maintaining that close in-range fighting.
Can't hurt being in the gym most days with Waldo Casa.
Definitely not. And he said that that's been a big part of him, his motivation of training. He felt has improved him a lot.
Beautiful double jab right hand. That was classic. Again, why I thought that if you look back at Lee, when he comes and watches his tape at the end, goes home and, breaks it down back to the drawing board. Hey, out here in the open, very good, high scores. Maintain that, and how to get back there. There's 2 elements of his game he's gonna have to improve upon. How do I maintain this distance, right? By throwing the double jab, by learning how to keep it a little bit stiffer, and by multiple jabs. And then, hey, when I don't get there, when I get in the clinch, how do I get back there? How do I remedy?
Exactly.
How do I get to there? And that's gonna be a lot of framing, avoiding the underhook.
There you see Kevin Holland making his way to the James L. Knight Center here for DBX 6, a star-studded crowd here at the James L. Knight Center.
There's the trailblazer.
And there you have Miami royalty in the building. Frank Gore Sr., a Miami Hurricanes legend, and of course a future NFL Hall of Famer, no doubt. Great to have Frank here, who's also put the gloves on.
Man, what a hell of an athlete that 21 years? How long did, at running back too.
Running back, nonstop.
Football that many seasons is unreal to me.
Just had such a propensity to be able to get through years, not taking big hits, and a big-time fan of the sweet science. He's laced him up a couple of times. We'll continue on in the welterweight division. Jaleel Willis making his return to the dirty boxing ring after his highlight reel knockout at DBX 4. And Ryan Jett getting set to make his dirty boxing debut. Excited for more action here from Miami, Florida.
Jaleel Willis steps in with confidence, power, and something to prove. He's been here before, scoring a vicious knockout in his DBX debut. Ryan Jett answers the call, knowing this is his chance to steal momentum. Both fighters are built for chaos. This is the type of fight that can ignite the entire night. One exchange to change everything.
All right, here is Ryan Jett. Looks like he is all ready for business here in his dirty boxing debut. Hails originally from Charlotte, North Carolina. He is a street fighter. Started fighting 19 years old, said he's pretty good on the streets. Thinks DBX made a mistake letting him in here, which is pretty funny. Did compete in LFA 2017 through 2018. 12 MMA fights in his pro career. Ready to go against a dude with a highlight reel in dirty boxing, Jaleel Willis.
I think this was my favorite face-off yesterday at the ceremony. It was very intense between them. You could just felt like the energy was genuine. It wasn't like there wasn't much loud talking. It was just the two of them, and you had a lot of confidence oozing from Ryan Jett here, looking to shake things up after Jaleel Willis had such a dazzling debut in Nashville. So excited to see what he brings to the table here in the dirty boxing ring.
So Ryan Jett last couple times out in BKB, actually, May of 2025, September of 2025. Both losses, so nice to put some gloves on his hands here tonight.
That's one thing about the combat sports. You're only as good as your last matchup. Like every time we walk in there, it's our Super Bowl. We don't get to sit there and go, oh, I had a bad game on Sunday. Well, just wait 6 days, we get to go again.
Right.
Nope, it could be months before you go, and just you walk around with that on your shoulder, and it can either make you, be great fuel for your training, or it could break you.
Great to have Frank Mir in the building with us tonight.
Great being here, guys.
Get your weed, get your blow, get your drink together, cause we about to get high.
Here is the realist, Jaleel Willis. So great talking to Jaleel Willis, such a cerebral guy. It's interesting, Frank, you know, he talks about 30 seconds of boxing, 30 seconds of pressure, and really sort of managing that gas tank. His debut at DBX 4, knockout of the night, an absolutely vicious uppercut in round 2 over Peter Stanonik, lit the place on absolute fire. Did miss weight by a couple pounds, came in at 173 pounds, probably will have to give up some of his purse. This fight still a welterweight bout, and as we look to build belts and champions in this division, guys that have moments and guys that are undefeated. To Frank's point, you're only as good as your last time out. If you can get to 2-0 here, things could open up.
It was interesting, too, having such a highlight reel knockout like that. He said after that, what did he fall in love with? Film work. I mean, he was watching a lot of, actually, going and watching a lot of Alexander Usyk fights, watching a lot of Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora recently. He's been trying to pick up a lot of things everywhere to see if he can improve off of that sensational knockout.
Usyk's definitely got to watch as far as how he uses his lead hand, traps it, moves around, drops it for boxing. That would definitely correlate here to the dirty boxing world. And he only can throw a jab or a hook off of that. Here we can go ahead and use that to throw elbows. And he's absolutely right, though. A lot of guys don't figure that out. They sit there and go, okay, I'm going to go ahead and do a couple rounds of kickboxing, and then tomorrow I'm going to do a couple rounds of wrestling. With this kind of sport, it's just like MMA in that aspect. It goes from clinching, it goes from that tight, hold, stiff, static hold, to being loose, relaxed, and explosive. And you have to train that neurologically. Wow. You have to know how to go from being in a clinch to stand up. My analogy is this: do a couple curls, lift weights, get a pump going with your bicep, drop the curling bar. Now start throwing a basketball. See if you can take shots at the back. Now go back to curling. Now go back. It's amazing, the transition back and forth. You have to train it. Great analogy.
You can see in our tail of the tape, the big thing here, the 4-inch reach advantage for Jaleel Willis. And of course, has that height advantage, 6 foot. Ryan Jett, 5'9". And as Jason mentioned, Jaleel did miss weight for this matchup in the welterweight division. We're set for it, though. Michael Hansen, let's introduce these guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the Dirty Boxing Welterweight division, sponsored by HQD. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Christopher Young. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks and standing 5 feet 9 inches tall. Official weight, 171 pounds. He comes in tonight making his Dirty Boxing debut and fighting out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Ryan Jett. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Wearing black trunks, he stands 6 feet tall. Official weight, 173.2 pounds. He comes in tonight with a DBX record of 1-0 and fights out of Memphis, Tennessee, Jaleel, the realest Willis.
Back to your corner.
All right, get some final instructions here from Christopher Young. And this welterweight matchup between Ryan Jett and Jaleel Willis set to go. Willis in the black trunks, Jett in the white.
Blue corner, you ready? Red corner, you ready? Bail!
Round 1 underway. More sizing up than our other fights today. These guys trying to figure out their movements.
Willis says he's been in there with guys like Jett. Gonna try and target the sternum. As you see Jett sometimes switch to southpaw, he's gonna target that sternum area. So we'll see if he can manifest that in here.
You know, and that takes away the advantage of sometimes that it happens. If you're a person who can switch stances, you're switching up the targets and opportunities and the holes that I'm looking at or the opponent's looking at. Stop. That throws guys off for a second. But if you have your target is universal, hey, whether you stand right foot forward or left foot forward, your sternum is in the same spot essentially. It doesn't take that. It doesn't then give me that advantage of stalling me for a second. That hesitation.
Little elbow sneaks through there from Jett, then another one as he starts hitting with the left up top. Even on the back foot as Willis is pressing him into the corner.
Oh,
there's a big shot that gets through by Jett. He is quick.
Yeah, Willis almost ran into that. In fact, the fact it was more of a chopping right hand down kind of saved him. Because if that had been more of a straight, even a straight elbow, I don't know if he's been able to have enough room to throw the cross at that point, but he would have ran right into it. That could have been a devastating shot.
Willis tries that elbow coming on in, but Jett out of the way. Hard target to find so far for Willis. There's a big right hand that misses up top, and they get tied up there in the corner.
I think Jett is establishing, he realizes, obviously, that he doesn't have the range here, the length. So instead he's using his footwork to try to draw Willis in, and when he misses, either clinch him or then throw a strike from there. Let him close the distance.
Vicious shot there from Willis to get some offense going.
Jett really trying to utilize the elbows in the clinch.
Little left up top, they both get tied up. Can't hold the head. Little chopping elbow there. Gets a warning from Chris Young. And they reset.
Again, Jett's using his side work, moving, getting on the horse, trying to draw Willis in because Willis has an explosive straight line. Let Willis close the distance, and then he's going to try to take advantage of the work from there, but
a lot of fast action there in that opening round between Jaleel Willis and Ryan Jett. Not bashful in his dirty boxing debut. There you see the South Florida cash cow making his way, Brian El Gallo Duran. This man has a big fan base that is ready to explode as soon as he gets here. And there you got Tristan Galashan making his way back into the dirty boxing ring. Excited to play a little upset here to the hometown crowd for El Gallo.
Oh, that featured bout, what a spot for Galashan to make his return.
Getting set for this second round between Jaleel Willis and Ryan Jett. Willis in the black trunks, Ryan Jett in the white. Round 2 underway.
Yeah, we get it out. Nice.
That's a good example of sometimes you jam yourself. You know, Willis was coming in hard, and Jett threw that overhand elbow. But because he also drove forward, it actually jammed up the technique. If he had been a little bit more patient, it might have established more area or more range to allow him to throw that elbow.
Looked like a little bit of a headbutt there from Jett.
You headbutted him. Hey, keep it clean.
Listen, there's no retaliation headbutt. You're not owed one, even if one snuck through the ref didn't see.
I understand that, but you headbutted him on purpose. Okay? Keep it clean. Calm down. No, you headbutted him. No more. Fight clean.
No nonsense from Christopher Young. Jett was upset about it early in the round, but then very clearly did that intentionally. So.
That's hard to land that left hook out unless you bring your feet with you with a shorter opponent.
Jett looking really comfortable in his DBX debut.
Very explosive too. You see a lot of times he's doing it. Even when he moves out and exits, it's not really a gallop. He explodes sideways.
Jett with a couple wild rights over the top. Willis gets in with a clean right.
Jab gets through.
But Jett has a good understanding of his stretch reflex. I mean, like, as he throws his motion to his body weight to his right, he loads the leg up and then uses that energy and fires back. Essentially like it's at home if you're bench pressing. To hold the bar up and let it come down, and you know, immediately you extend it again. If you, oh!
Big elbow gets through by Ryan Jett, and Willis retaliates, trying to get him down.
It looked like Jett kind of paused it. Like he's the one that landed the elbow, and I think it caused him to hesitate.
Fight your way out of that.
Seen that a couple times tonight, guys. So mystified by how clean their shots were with the elbows. Happened to Jeff Craig.
That worked.
But of course, we've seen that one-shot power from Willis, so you got to be careful still. Swing and a miss there by Jett.
Like to see Jett maybe throw a few combinations.
Are you seeing the headbutts? Is that what he's complaining about? I don't. I'm watching for it. I don't see a real deliberate. I see a guy coming forward to get in head position.
There's another one. Did look like there was a little bit of action there with the heads, but now it's back to shoulders and elbows.
No love lost here.
That was nice back elbow.
A lot of frustration between these two.
And there's such a fine line. You know, you go in there, we go to engage, I go to clinch, I put my head down to go ahead and cover that distance.
Here's Zach Pauga. He'll be coming up next in our prelim bout.
Going back there.
There is Joseph White. He'll be coming out and making his dirty boxing debut. Go ahead, Frank.
Oh yeah, but going in there again, it's like the sport of wrestling, judo, jiu-jitsu, boxing. There's that element that we have our head in on the clinch, you know, in MMA. There's such a fine line between me bringing my head there quickly in the clinch and me headbutting you. Usually the headbutt I call when a guy is close and you see him retract a little bit and then drive back forward. That's much more of a deliberate, okay, that was a headbutt. When your spine stays even and it's just your feet bringing your body in, it's kind of hard to call that a headbutt, I feel.
Agreed.
We're getting set for our third and final round between a very intense matchup.
Again, glad I'm not a judge.
Yes.
Overhand shot. Just Willis has not been able to find that target too much with his hands so far today.
Stop! No punch, no punch.
Trying to find that 5'9" target.
and he pulls himself a little bit out of position. You want to evade and move the strike that's coming at you, but like there at the very beginning, he's moving and slipping so far out of the way. Yes, the punch missed him, but now he's so out of position himself, he can't capitalize that Willis is out of position. It's hard to return fire.
Looked like he caught a little hook there up top on Jet, but then Jet returns fire with the right hand.
Yeah, that's one element of this. As you get older, the more experience you get, it takes less energy. You know, I sit there and go, hey, to avoid that punch, just you only have to move 2 or 3 inches. As when you're young, you move 2 feet. And then as you go older and older you get, you realize, okay, that's less distance that I have to move in the first place, less distance I have to come back to make you pay for it. I'm gonna go ahead and go the shorter route. It just takes patience and timing and experience to really gather that.
Right hand lands up top by Willis.
Hands are free, punch your way out of that. There you go.
See what Willis did right there? That was great. He used his framework. Instead of using a short forearm, he actually used his hands. He framed by the post, thumb up. He put a hand in the armpit, and as he walked backwards, he didn't use his upper body to push, you know, Jet off. That would have taken a lot of strength. Instead, his hands touched him on the chest. He backs away his own body, and as he did so, he extended his arms to maintain that space that he was creating with his feet.
Got about a minute left here in our final round. Jab sneaks through by Jet. Willis gets an elbow through.
Stop! No punch.
Pace has slowed a little bit. Both fighters offsetting each other from time to time.
I think that's more due to the frustration.
A little sneaky uppercut that he had success with. Now he goes to the body, Willis.
I agree with you, Frank. That's a good point.
Well, yeah, because you can have fatigue through output, but you can also have fatigue through your emotions draw out energy. When you're frustrated, you're being emotional, it fatigues you.
Closing seconds, right hand lands up top by Willis. Always dangerous.
Let him go, let him go.
Nice forearm frames.
We come to the final round, the final bell. Very close matchup between these two. A lot of intensity.
A little closer again, yeah.
Jaleel Willis didn't need the judges' scorecards in his dirty boxing debut. Tonight, we'll see if he did enough.
I'm making a hard argument for either guy right now. This is one of those fights where you want to say Willis won, you want to say Jet won and have your statement, but it's so close, it'd be hard for you to really make it definitive. There's no robbery here tonight. In fact, this is where I really feel the draws need to be handed out a lot more.
I agree with you.
Beat somebody.
Absolutely.
If you don't win the fight, why am I giving you? I think that, yeah, every round, hey, 10-10. If there's not a distinctive winner of that round, 10-10. Oh, it's going to be a lot of draws. Who cares? Unless it's a title fight, so you fought a draw.
Could not agree more.
Look here at some of the action there in the final round, and a very close matchup between them both. You can see that you never knew what was going to happen when these guys got tied up, whether it be headbutts, elbows. Jet definitely coming with that elbow, always trying to find, you see that right hand landed by Willis, and then the uppercut snuck through. Not as devastating in his last one, but still some effective stuff. Tough fight to score.
Very.
And it's taken a while to get this decision as well, but I see the very dapper Michael Hansen finally making his way to the dirty box.
Split decisions lead to a bonus round, or at least it did last time when Cannon and Ogbonna fought.
After here, let me tell you my thought on that.
And it looks like we are set to get some kind of decision here.
What's that mean? Yep.
And it looks like we're going to be going to our fourth deciding round. Getting the signal there from Michael Hansen. He's going to make this announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, We have a split decision, which means we now will go to a 4th round of sudden victory.
Let's go. Really quickly, my thought on that. It seems like a good idea, but it might not be a good idea. Who knows? Because here I'm going, the fight's close. Both guys are fatigued. We're going to go down to the wire. Do we really want to see these two go for a 4th round? You know, how good of an action is it going to be? I get it that we're going to have a definitive outcome now to the fight, but I don't know. I think it's kind of maybe putting it to where it could be a hard thing to sell.
Fair, and as we develop and build this sport, I think we will evaluate as things go along. And ultimately, the guy that won the split decision or was winning on 2 of the 3 cards, but the emotional stuff we talk about, that sort of letdown.
How do we let Here we go in round 4, boys. They're coming out with some big shots early.
Make it 30 seconds. That'd be something we could do.
Fair.
30 seconds, go. And then starting off like chest to chest, shoulder to shoulder, something like that. We're going to make this violent and quick.
Both exchanging elbows, tied up. Uppercut, then a hook lands for Willis.
Yeah, that was clean. Uppercut, hook, combination straight afterwards.
We're good, we're good. Activate.
Jet tries to tie up the head, then an elbow on the break.
Even more so than that. By doing that, he was leaning and putting his weight there, trying to go ahead and suck some energy out of his opponent, out of Jet's legs by just drawing down on him, making him carry his weight.
Willis looks to have a little more left here in this sudden death round.
Stop! No strikes, no strikes. Back up, back
He
up,
did
back
hit some
up.
clean shots there in that final round. So it did feel like he was starting to find it after it. Then tries that banded uppercut again. Elbow through.
Let him go. Fight your way out of that. Stop! No strikes, no strikes.
Definitely looks like it seems like Jet's looking at that clock, trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Especially when he's losing the head position like that. It really just looks bad. You know, because your head's pushing up over and now you're looking side to side. It definitely doesn't have an aggressive appeal to it.
Chop and shot there by Willis. As he's trying to put an exclamation point in this sudden victory round. Jet turns him around on the ropes.
Watch your way out of clinch. Let him go.
Inside elbow by Willis.
Spinning attack there by Jet. Chris Young continues to let him fight. I don't think a knockdown was earned there, but no shots on the ground, so we keep it going. About a minute left here in this sudden victory round.
You know, one thing I've just now learned, they don't necessarily stop it if you have a tie-up and you're behind your opponent throwing shots. In a boxing clinch, they immediately stop that.
Right.
But here, I guess because I thought it was more like the boxing in that aspect. No, they're doing it more like MMA. I can hold you around the waist. I'm behind your lead arm, essentially have your back. As long as they're throwing shots around to the front, we've let it go.
Right hand lands there for Willis.
Let him go, Blue. Let him go.
As he follows up with some more elbow attacks, he's just trying to will this one to victory in this sudden victory 4th round. A spinning elbow there by Willis lands. And now some more onslaught attack. He just has more gas in the tank here.
I think that's exactly it, Brendan.
Stop! No strikes, no strikes. 20 seconds left.
10 seconds left here in this sudden death round. Mouthpiece comes out for Ryan Jet.
Watch your way out. Come on.
Yeah, I definitely think one thing we could do to make this better for both the fighters and for the spectators is that after you fought 3 rounds already to a split decision, that 4th round needs to be shorter and intense. So that way it inspires guys to go, hey, you got to give me one more. But it's only for 1 minute or only for 30 seconds. Asking for a whole other full round, it's hard.
That's very fair, and when you're training and given what all these athletes put into this, the point's very well taken.
After all the intensity, though, it is good to see the two smiling at each other after 4 rounds because they didn't crack all week. They didn't crack in the fight. Intensity with some of the fouls, but they put on a heck of a show here for this Miami crowd, that's for sure.
Well, you know, and Jet made weight, and Willis missed, and then Willis was trying, you know, Jet wanted him to go back and cut rather than meet at a catch weight, so a lot going on during the week, but certainly we know Willis is going to be back as the 2-time DBX vet. I think Jet perhaps have found a home here too.
Jaleel Willis makes his home in Memphis, does some training down here in South Florida in Deerfield Beach. Said he'd have some teammate support in the building here tonight. But what a show by these two. A lot of action here on our preliminary card. Here from the James L. Knight Center, DBX 6. Excited to be back in the 305 for some dirty boxing action. As both these two guys went 4 rounds unexpectedly after the close contest. But some very, very exciting action between them both. Great shots, good work.
12 fights tonight, 5 down, 7 to go, 2 more prelims, and then we get going with the main card.
Got our interim heavyweight title on the line tonight. Perez against Michael Garcia. But we'll send it up to our own Michael. Michael Hansen has our official decision here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of dirty boxing, we now go to the scorecards. And our first judge scored the fight 38-38 even. Our remaining 2 judges at ringside scored the fight 40-36 and 39-37, both for your winner by majority decision, Jaleel, the realest Willis.
Good fight. Happy for Jaleel Willis here, given what he achieved last time out. Really hope we get to see Ryan Jett back.
Yeah, it was a great first show for him. Jaleel Willis improves to 2-0 in the dirty boxing ring. We'll take a look back at it here at some of the action between these two. And you can see early on, a lot of success with the elbows from Ryan Jett. Felt faster, felt fresher, was catching a lot of shots on Willis coming in. Just a lot of success with those elbows, whether he's in the corner or not. And then you can see Willis starting to find a home for his offense, excuse me.
You know, and Frank talked about some of the emotions with both fighters maybe, but with Jett, when the headbutt stuff came on, who knows if that perhaps got in the way a little bit, but I think he'll be back.
And it can. That's why sometimes as a coach, you have a fighter that's frustrated about something that's occurring. And it's not within their control. You can't control that. You can't control the referee not calling it. You can't control the other guy from doing it. If it's not happening, it's going against you. But you can avoid it adding any more problems for you by avoiding it, just letting it go. Like, hey, there's nothing you can do about this, let it go. Because if you don't, if you're not short-sighted, that emotion will draw you away, then you get focused on that, you're not focused on your technique. It's very difficult in this coach's job, I feel, sometimes to stir a young guy and get him back on the path.
Were you able to, as your career went on, control your emotions better and better as you got older?
I did, but actually, it was later in my career that one of my losses was directly because of my lack of control of emotions. I made a mistake in the fight. They had changed the rule set back and forth leading up to the week. What was a down opponent, what wasn't a down opponent. I knocked Fedor down, ran up, and then I hesitated to throw a knee on him because I didn't know, wait a minute, is that down, is that not down? And then I got thrown, and when I got back up, if you watch the fight,
let's send it on over, Frank. We got the schmo standing with somebody in the crowd there.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Kevin Holland, the Trailblazer, top UFC welterweight, soaking in all the action. He's got a fight tomorrow night on the UFC against Randy Rude Boy Brown. What do you make of all this action?
Man, it's good. I got action tomorrow, so it's good to fill myself up with some action tonight. Better than watching an action movie is watching sports live, and it's live.
You saw a sudden death. What do you make of these dirty boxing rule set?
Man, I never knew nothing about the sudden death. I like the elbows, like the spinning back fist. I would love to see a couple more Superman punches, but ultimately, it was fun.
This has got to be part of your routine, your ritual, part of violence. You got to watch violence and you perform. You always stand out when you perform inside the cage.
I mean, you know, it's been a violent week, from the bum fights to the DBX fights to me going out and fighting, so violent week should end very violent. I like it.
That's right. You saw some bum fights. You get some DBX fights. Get some rest.
Yes,
guys, back to you.
I got to tell you, feels like Kevin Holland's skill set would translate very well to the dirty boxing ring.
Oh, no question. And you get Jalen Turner on the mic earlier tonight. You know, when Jalen Turner was there, you know, he retired briefly from MMA and then came back. We should have grabbed him when he retired. But Rude Boy Randy Brown will be waiting for Kevin Holland tomorrow night.
Tonight, we got the heavyweights going on in some preliminary action. DBX 6, Zach Pauga and Joseph White getting set to step inside the dirty boxing ring here at DBX 6 in lovely and beautiful Miami, Florida.
Zachary Pauga walks in with the kind of presence that changes a fight instantly. Joseph White isn't here to survive. He's here to make his mark.
Pauga answers in the corner.
2 men, 1 ring, and no escape once the action starts.
Follow-up shot there by...
Expect heavy shots and a battle for control from the jump. This is a fight where power and will are going head to head.
Here is Broward County, Florida's own, the Punisher, Joseph White. Fought very recently, March 28th in BKFC. Quick work against an undefeated fighter, Guillermo Viana. Finished him in 34 seconds, so no problem making a quick turn here in his dirty boxing debut. Does have 7 fights, experience in pro boxing, 05-2. Prior to his BKFC fight, he wanted to sort of find the mid-range and then use his speed and be elusive in the mid-range here. We'll see what he can do against a very experienced opponent, the High Chief Zach Pauga.
Always exciting getting the South Florida fighters in the building. Broward County, the 954, getting some representation here tonight in this electric, heritage-filled James L. Knight Center. Building been host to a lot of things, concerts, fights, bouts. The Miami Hurricanes used to play basketball at the James L. Knight Center.
Brendan Tobin graduated high school in the James L. Knight Center.
College. I graduated college.
All right.
But I don't even remember where I graduated high school, to be honest with you. I think it was Lynn University. It's not important. But the same chairs are here.
So Joseph White is a true heavyweight, 265.8. In the main event tonight, our Interim Heavyweight Championship. Both guys 230 or less. So real big boys here as we get closer to the main event.
We've had some good action from our debuters here tonight. They've impressed.
No question about it. And we're seeing more clinch work. We're seeing more elbow work. I talk about the evolution of this sport. 6 events. It's still an evolution.
Joseph White getting set. He'll be wearing the white trunks there. And now we get set for his opponent, Zach Pauga.
Really glad Zach Pauga has continued to find a home here in dirty boxing. 1-1, this is his 3rd dirty boxing appearance. Actually fought Rob Perez, who will be fighting for the belt tonight at Dirty Boxing 1. That was back in March of 2025. Fought him to a split decision, but Zach really didn't think he was in shape for that fight the way he wanted to be. Came back at Dirty Boxing 5 against Rakeem Cleveland. Rakeem Cleveland had fought Jairzinho Rozenstruik for the belt. Cleveland had to retire due to an arm injury in round 2, but certainly Pauga did enough in round 1. Was very busy in 2025, continuing to be active, but definitely looks to be in good shape here tonight. We know he spent some time in the UFC between 2022 and 2024. I think he would love nothing more to make a statement here tonight and put himself in the heavyweight championship mix.
No doubt about it. And I think the thing, I don't know if anybody just has like a presence about them during fight week more than Zach Pauga. Just loves being here. He's really about it. And I think one of the things you see about these combat sports veterans, Jason, is a guy like this, he just feels revitalized. Something like this. They talk about not having to do the grappling training and things like that. So it's exciting to see, and we're happy to have him back here in the DBX ring.
No question about it. We talked about, there she is, getting our tune settled here.
Always having the crowd pumped up, that's for sure.
Baby Bass, I believe, is her name. So, Zach Pauga, right? We talked earlier about the football prowess for Steve, right? He played football for the Texans, was in camp with them, fullback, played pro rugby. I mean, just loves being active. Trains out of Denver, Colorado, Elevation Fight Team with Curtis Blades. Blades will be fighting down here in the 305 tomorrow night at UFC 327.
Big week for the team. We'll take a look at the tail of the tape here for this heavyweight bout. Zach Pauga, 37 years old, stands 6'2", weighed in at 259.4 pounds with a 76-inch reach. Joseph White, 34 years old, 6'2", 265.8 pounds with a 71-inch reach, and this is his DBX debut. Let's send it up to Michael Hansen to introduce our heavyweights.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the Dirty Boxing Heavyweight Division. This bout is sponsored by Prince Street Pizza. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Samuel Burgos. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks, he stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. Official weight, 265.8 pounds. And he comes in tonight making his DBX debut and fighting out of Miami, Florida, the Punisher, Joseph White. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks, he stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, officially weighing in at 259.4 pounds. And he comes in tonight with a DBX record of 1-1. And he fights out of Denver, Colorado, the High Chief, Zach Pauga.
Shout out ring announcer Michael Hansen, as usual, filling the building with those glorious pipes.
Looking fantastic in that tux tonight. Like he could solve some mysteries.
Blue, mouthpiece. Red, mouthpiece. At the bell, gentlemen.
Sam Burgos giving some final instructions. And our heavyweight action set to go here on the prelims of DBX 6.
We talk about Joseph White having that bare knuckle appearance recently. Anytime I talk to a bare knuckle guy, Mike Perry, Joseph White, I like seeing these guys in gloves, but they like it either way.
See for that southpaw stance, lands a left. There's a right hand that lands for Pauga. Follows up with some shots. He can follow up here. Zach Pauga has him out of the ring. Sam Burgos is going to allow him to continue, but I don't know if Joseph White wants to, and this one's going to be waved off. The High Chief gets himself a victory and stops Joseph White in the first round. Some dynamic shots from Zach Pauga.
Big win there for Zach Pauga, pushing his dirty boxing record to 2-1. We'll take a look at a replay shortly and see what did it.
Some big shots. Looks like he hit him with a right and then followed up with the elbow. And I don't think, I think after Joseph White felt that, I don't think that he wanted to continue.
Yeah, he's touching the knee, sitting on a stool. Maybe something with the leg there.
Yeah, he is saying that. Take a look at the replay here. And there's the right hand that lands for Pauga. Follows up with some shots there, some more heavy shots outside the ring. And Sam Burgos was gonna stop, allow White to continue. Looked a little dazed on the canvas there though, Jason.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he may say that he was injured, but I think his face was injured a little bit with some of the shots that he was taking. But you could see a little leg slippage there, but Zach Pauga vicious with the attack.
Yeah, and
looked as legit as
in
possible.
dirty boxing, if you cause your opponent to get down to the ground, you do get 5 seconds conditional ground and pound, and it did look like some of those ground and pound shots did sort of put the finishing touch there for the High Chief.
Well, our quickest result of the night, we can make it official and send it up to Michael Hansen.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee, Samuel Burgos, intervened and waves off the fight. The official time, 32 seconds of round number 1. Declaring your winner by TKO, the High Chief, Zach Pauga.
Zach Pauga improving to 2-1 in his dirty boxing career.
Quick night at the office for Pauga.
Has to be happy with that. And you know him, he'll probably turn around as soon as you tell him to. Loves to stay active and has loved the dirty boxing rule set. 32 seconds in round 1. After taking a big shot early, ate it, retaliated, and got the finish.
So night's moving by. One more prelim coming up, and then we move on to the main event. 6 down, 6 to go.
There you go. You see the elbow, then some slippage.
And these clean rights, I think those 2 right hands, I think, Perhaps the reason Joseph White couldn't get him.
That last one also landed very flush, where Burgos was about to let him re-up, and I just think that last one was too much. But that is what you get. You get that 5-second conditional. You earn that knockdown. You get to finish it up in dirty boxing for 5 seconds. The referee will allow you to try and continue if you can, or it'll be at his discretion to stop the fight. And there we got a stop by Zach Pauga.
Happy man. Appreciate y'all being with us live on YouTube. Dirty Boxing 6, sold out crowd here at the James L. Knight Center, downtown Miami.
We're gonna send to our feature prelim of the night here in the featherweight division in Miami, Florida, as AJ Cunningham getting set to make his DBX debut, and he'll be taking on Gabriel Urit, making his return to the dirty boxing ring. Cap off this preliminary card with these guys in the featherweight division here from Miami.
AJ Cunningham brings experience, composure, and danger into the DBX ring. Gabriel Urit comes ready to disrupt everything with his relentless intensity. This matchup feels built for violent exchanges. Don't blink. Both men know a performance here can shift everything.
Holy, holy, holy. We march on to Mount Zion.
Tag Urit. So glad Gabriel Urit has made his return to dirty boxing. Find me a more confident combat sports athlete at age 24 years old. I'd like to see him. He started training 6 years ago, just knew he would be successful. DBX 4 was his debut. That was back in October. Big win over Akeem Bashir. Punches finished him off in round 2. Just beautiful switches of stance and power, speed, ground and pound. A kung fu background, hits hard, varies his spinning attacks. 2-1 as a pro MMA fighter, so maybe not as much experience as his opponent AJ Cunningham here tonight, but really excited to get back in the D-ring.
It's fun seeing the young guys get this a chance to shine on this stage, showcase their skills. We saw Jeff Craig earlier on in the night get a big time finish, and now he gets to go against a seasoned veteran.
So last time Gabriel fought, he had just had his firstborn son back on October 12th, a couple weeks before he fought. So Mateo is the little guy at home. I think Gabriel's settled down and found himself. It felt like we were almost talking to a different guy this week. We certainly know parenthood can change us all. Interested to see what he can bring in here tonight. A very different test here than his previous matchup at DBX.
Well, he's in the ring. He's set to go. Make his second performance in the dirty boxing ring here tonight in Miami.
Oh, here is AJ Cunningham. The Savage is very happy to be here. So, for those of you that follow the UFC, I'm certainly this is a familiar name to you. 11-5 overall in pro MMA. Made his debut on the Dana White Contender Series in 2023. Did fight a couple times. No wins, though, in the UFC. That was 2024, 2025. Ultimately had to retire from MMA. The wrestling, grappling just too hard on his back. Ended up in bed for 60 days. Really big spot here against a very game Gabriel Urit.
That's nice to see that because of the different rules set, but because of his age, he's still a young guy relatively. I know he has a lot of miles on his body, but to be able to have to hang it up at that age because you're not able to wrestle anymore, we're not able to complete in the art that he prefers. But now he has a different outlet. Still able to compete as a martial artist, but because of the different rule set, allows him to utilize different aspects of his tool chest, but ultimately allows him to still compete.
I love it. And he's super sharp. He says DBX demands its own respect. So certainly, Frank, that jives with what you're saying.
Our feature prelim getting set to be underway here at the James L. Knight Center, DBX 6. We got our interim heavyweight championship coming up later on tonight. The Wolf, Rob Perez against Michael Garcia. Look at our tail of the tape here. AJ Cunningham, 31 years old. Stands 5'10", weighed in 145.8 pounds with a 71-inch reach. It's his DBX debut. Gabriel Urit, 24 years old, 5'9", weighed in 145.8 pounds with a 72-inch reach. He's 1-0 with a KO in the dirty boxing ring. Let's send it up to Michael Hansen to get our feature prelim underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds of dirty boxing in the featherweight division. This bout is sponsored by Tempters. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Christopher Young. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks and standing 5 feet 9 inches tall, officially weighing in at 145.8 pounds. He comes in tonight with a dirty boxing record of 1-0, and he fights out of Kokomo, Indiana, Gabriel Tag Urit. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing black. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. Official weight 145.8 pounds. He steps through the ropes tonight, making his dirty boxing debut and fighting out of Batesville, Arkansas, by way of Phoenix, Arizona, the Savage, AJ Cunningham.
Red corner, blue corner.
Well, if you only have one corner man, it's a good thing if it's Thug Nasty Bryce Mitchell. He'll be cornering AJ Cunningham tonight.
Got to be the only corner man wearing work boots. Chris Young is our referee. Gabriel Urit and AJ Cunningham set to go. Urit in the white, Cunningham wearing the black trunks, and we're underway here.
That's it, keep it. Pump it, AJ, pump it, work it. That's it. That's
Stiff jab there by Cunningham to start things off.
And Urit actually went through a jab, cross, stepped through with his cross. Switching bases into a southpaw stance and fired off the left. And that's a combination guys are starting to do more, even in traditional boxing, where it was always taught, keep your lead forward, foot always the same foot forward, but you have guys with essentially called walking down punches now.
Sharp jab there by Urit. Tries to come up with the right. Cunningham gets out of the way.
You see the size of Urit. Cunningham actually talked about his big back.
It does look like
heavy hands.
Looks like Cunningham's already got a cut there, Jason.
Yep.
It's funny how guys can be in the same weight class and just have different looks. It just depends on where they're proportioned. Some guys put their size in their back, some guys put it in their legs. You have two different guys look from, man, these guys cannot be in the same weight class. And sure enough, obviously they are.
Yep.
But it's just all about weight placement.
A little smiling at each other, some talking to each other in this matchup.
AJ looks like maybe getting hip cut open got him going a little bit. He looks a little more focused, ready.
Tries that right hand.
Sometimes that's what it takes. It's always the unknown that humans are afraid of.
Nice.
So sometimes when we walk into a fight, before we touch gloves, before the blood's drawn, you make it out to be something it's not. And then once that shot happens, even if you're on the receiving end of it, you're like, oh yeah, that's all that's gonna happen, really? Okay, cool. And you can let go and start fighting.
Great stuff.
Some strong shots and some great accuracy from Gabriel Urit in the early goings. Body shot lands by Urit.
Not a lot of power behind it because he jumped in, put all his weight there, exploded off his left leg, and drove that left uppercut right into the body. Shovel hook, right?
Urit just so smooth. You see the footwork. We saw that in his debut.
Brendan, you're about to call. Did you see that? That was unusual,
That was a nice
right?
little chopping elbow there that he went to. I mean, he's comfortable. He's switching stances a lot. He's showing a lot of different looks, Frank.
Are we allowing hammer fists here?
Yes.
Nice. People, I used to not respect those until I was sparring a guy one time in the gym, and he hit me with a couple. And it got me to realize that, oh, that hurts.
Cunningham hanging tough. Good matchup here.
Yeah, if you're tuning into Burley boxing for the first time, pretty much everything in the upper body is a go except for headbutts.
That's it. Now give me a left.
Yeah, and again, headbutts are part of real combat, but because of the way we are with our heads, the blood, fights wouldn't last that long. We'd have everybody be cut, scar tissue.
Oh, beautiful spinning elbow there by Gabriel Urit. Tags him, goes with the combination up top, and he's got Cunningham on wobbly legs. Another right hand gets through. We hit the bell. But what an exclamation point on that first round by Gabriel Urit.
I don't know if I'm more impressed at Cunningham. He sat there in the zone. Urit unloaded about 6 shots that were full blast home runs, and he's still standing there. So I mean, great on Urit, but the fact Cunningham has walked to his corner is amazing.
You can see Thug Nasty Bryce Mitchell trying to talk something into his fighter, but man, what a vicious ending. He sent him flying with that spinning elbow.
And watch this though. Boom. About 6 of these are about as clean as you can land, just hard shots. He ran right into
look, after spinning back pass, AJ dodged that one ground strike and still had the wherewithal to keep those hands up, gets back to the corner, and anything can happen in dirty boxing. Thug Nasty trying to fire him up over there still.
Amazing that he survived that.
High-level experience certainly perhaps helped him there. Wow.
Yeah, the little tiny things you pointed out. Keeping his hands where he did, the post, the frames, his head down, slipping just enough to survive while he was rocked was amazing.
Let's send it over to Brian right here. Brian, what'd you think of the end of that round there?
That was a phenomenal ending to the round. The thing about this fight is AJ is always there, which keeps him in the fight, but the way Urit's moving, he's really picking him apart and he's setting him up. AJ needs to move his feet in and out. He can't just sit in the middle.
And it looks like a shot got there by Cunningham, but Urit has looked very comfortable in the early goings of this matchup.
That was clever footwork though from Cunningham. When he threw that punch, he switched stance and stepped behind Urit's lead leg to throw then a backhand strike off the backside. It almost as he trips up your opponent. I was wondering if guys would utilize that more here, because that would be definitely a technique that would count as a knockdown.
Right hand sneaks to the body, then he gets the hook to the body there from Urit. Little jab there by Urit.
Urit just so fast, so slick.
This was really good out there in the open.
There's another spinning elbow there, but Cunningham with some retaliation on that one. There's the right hand up top by Urit.
Nice setup too with the setup.
Ooh, strong body shot.
Despite the technical prowess of Urit, Cunningham hanging tough here in this fight.
Especially the way that round ended. He has showed incredible heart to regroup.
You know what, though? Some of that is he needs to thank his parents for.
Yeah. Fair.
He's genetically gifted too. That was impressive.
Yep.
Yeah, Urit's footwork on the outside. You can see when he switches stances and moves, he's so smooth. His balance is always on point. That's essentially what footwork is. Can I move my center of gravity in and out and around the ring and maintain balance, maintain movement, mobility?
Nice quick right by Cunningham, though. You know, he definitely seems to have a gas tank. He definitely is still throwing volume.
Strong right hand lands for Urit.
Urit lands is with bad intention.
I mean, he's throwing it. He's got the up elbows there while he's ducking down. Very comfortable in this skill set.
Yeah, what I think also we're seeing is that Cunningham just has a little bit less of a toolbox as far as his output. Fewer weapons, but he's still thinking. He's still game. He's still in there. It's the 1-2. He steps across. That's a technique he's been utilizing quite often. What we see at Urit is a guy who has a big toolbox. He's throwing all kinds of things out there, moving around, just maintaining great distance.
He has shown a couple spins here, Cunningham, to try and show something else. The right hand has found a home a couple times here in this round by Cunningham, but a nice rally for sure.
Yeah, more volume out of Cunningham, but ultimately I think the more significant strikes came the way from Tag Urit.
Yeah, Cunningham a lot of coaches wouldn't fault that. Have less techniques, but have them be super sharp. That's kind of an element that a lot of experienced guys just say, hey, you utilize your whole career learning all these things, and then you spend the last half of your career whittling them down, only have just a few super sharp weapons.
You can see here the opening of our main card, the Cobra. Milos Janicic there in the black. And Taylor Burley, the wild man, in the white, getting set to kick off our main card here after this one. Very excited to have the Cobra back.
And you know those YouTube views will climb when Milos Janicic hits the canvas. All his Montenegro brethren tuning in.
You got this, brother. You got this. He might have won that round. That was a close round. Okay? All right?
How do you reset? You have so much success, Frank. After the first round, you nearly finished the job. Now your opponent stands strong. What's the mindset going in here for Urit on this third round?
Also a short memory. That's something that can actually hurt a lot of fighters. I was just having this conversation with somebody that sometimes being successful, being a front runner, can be mentally tough to maintain that. I've seen guys not only go out there and have a harder time mentally dealing with a fight that they're leading, that they're almost put the guy away and he's still there. The dust is cleared and he's still standing. People sometimes panic about that. So in Urit's situation, don't panic. Short-term memory, hey, whatever you did, you can learn from that last exchange, go ahead and take with you, but you can't sit there and keep thinking about, oh man, I almost had him. Because then you're not in the moment. You're not there with a guy in front of you trying to win the next round.
Some big changes up here. Cunningham still standing strong.
Yeah, sometimes you have a situation where you just have a guy, you can't put him away. Especially when, look, chokes aren't available to you. That's why I love them. They're 100%. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
No one has choke proof. But when it comes to strikes, you have guys out there like Cunningham that could just take a sledgehammer to the head and they smile at you.
Cunningham eating a jab, throwing an uppercut.
And Brendan, I think Cunningham has shown that against maybe lesser dirty boxing opponents could have some real success in this promotion.
No doubt, but this one may not be over yet, Jason. He does look like he's standing strong to try and rally from that first round. But there's a spinning elbow that lands by Urit. He's had so much success with it.
And that was slightly different. Before, he was ducking down towards his center and coming up with his left side. There, he actually stepped across, almost like he was crossing his legs, walking to the outside of Cunningham. It looked like an improper technique, but it was actually a disguise to throw that spinning elbow down the middle.
Wow. Bryce Mitchell trying to urge on his fighter, AJ Cunningham.
And Cunningham's doing everything right as far as the techniques. He has jab cross, he's marching down, trying to stay on point. He's really staying resilient coming forward. But you're right, Urit is just super talented. His flowing ability to move in and out, he's a hard guy for a lot of guys to face.
There's another spinning elbow that lands on the chin of Cunningham, and he eats it again. Urit has to get right back to the jab. There's his own spinning attack by AJ.
Urit really flowing. Cunningham continuing to land, though. Another left jab.
And Urit's mental fortitude is great because, I mean, as tough as it is for Cunningham to take these shots. Think about Urit. He's landing hellacious blows. And you're just watching a guy eat them and walk forward. That can be hard for a lot of guys mentally to accept.
Cunningham starting to diversify a little bit and have some success with it. Right hand, Urit gets out of the way. 30 seconds left in this final round.
Also, too, I think you've seen now Urit. Not a bad thing. It is what it is. It's realized, look, I'm probably not going to put him away. I'm going to just keep landing shots, stay safe, but earning the knockout is most likely not going to happen tonight against this guy. He's just a big, strong human being.
There's the spinning fist that lands for Urit to try and do it, but Cunningham is still standing strong. What a bout by these two. A right hand lands by Cunningham, then a back fist by Urit. He tries the big right. Cunningham gets out of the way. And that looked like fight of the night so far tonight, boys.
No doubt about it. Urit, Cunningham, thank you, boys.
What a close to our preliminary card there. AJ Cunningham, the heart of a lion. Gabriel Urit showing everything that he had in this dirty boxing ring.
That's one aspect of it. Takes styles make matchups. We wouldn't have been able to appreciate how good Urit is against a lot of other guys because that fight would have ended in the first round. But because of Cunningham's ability, his fortitude to go move forward and eat that damage and stay in and stay competitive, we got to see a bigger display, a better display of Urit's abilities and how deep his toolbox is.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive. And just to see Cunningham, continue, he got more comfortable as the fight went on too, doing a little bit more because you mentioned the toolbox box that Urit had. He was comfortable, he had some experience in it, but Cunningham, you know, felt like that comfortability was there, Frank, by the time we got to round 3.
You saw really two tough, mentally tough guys right now tonight, because as much as I was impressed with Urit's ability not to panic after landing the shots he was landing, Cunningham really didn't panic either. Here, he's losing the fight, he's been knocked down, he didn't start doing dumb shit. He kept moving forward, kept trying to just inch away and just, what techniques can I work, what techniques can I land, and keep ebbing away and looking for the solution for Urit. The puzzle is in front of him.
Cunningham gets a little love there by John Bones Jones.
UFC matchmaker Mick Maynard close by.
We'll take a look back at the action here in round 3. And these guys were just throwing everything.
That's the only mistake I would have called there for the end. To fight Cunningham like that the last minute of that round, it's like, man, you took a chance. You didn't have to.
Just saw that sensational back fist that landed all the way to the final bell. Great showing by these two here in Miami, Florida. Let's find out who's going to get their hand raised and send it over to Michael Hansen with the scores.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of dirty boxing action, we go now to the scorecards. And our first judge scored the fight 28-28 even. Our remaining 2 judges both scored the fight 29-27, both for your winner by a majority decision, Gabriel Tag Urit.
It's good to see that the judges really did respect what Cunningham was doing. The shots he took moving forward, being, battle of attrition, clean techniques, moving jab, cross, trying to cut off and tie up Urit and solve that puzzle in front of him. But ultimately, Urit was earning that decision in my opinion.
So the 28-28, you think perhaps one judge had a 10-8 for Urit in round 1 and gave the other 2 rounds to Cunningham, perhaps because of the volume?
Well, maybe
anyway.
Yeah, moving forward. Sometimes that forward motion, more often than not, really surprises me. The emphasis that some people, especially judges from a boxing background, give, oh, he was moving forward. It's almost like the old MMA guys that get the takedown. Just because, you could get your face smashed, but if you get a takedown, you won the round. Sometimes you'll see that in boxing where, well, the guy was moving forward. I'm like, so what? Yep. He was getting his face beat in.
Yep.
I mean, the accuracy that Gabriel had with those spinning elbows was so wild, especially in the early goings of the fight. And then to close, we saw some real highlight reel stuff from these two. It was very impressive.
That is crazy. You're right now. As I look at this, Jason. They gave him the 10-8 the first round, and they gave that judge then gave the next 2 rounds. I guess.
Right. Now, the words almost came out of my mouth after the end of round 1. I was like, is that maybe even a 10-8? Because 10-8s, in my opinion, are not used nearly enough.
No, I would give 10-8. 10-8, absolutely, that first round for Urit. But to give the other 2, I don't know if I saw it that way.
That would be some serious curve grading that they were doing on that one, because you had to just be impressed with what Cunningham was bringing back, the fact that he was standing. So it's been an incredible night so far here from the James L. Knight Center, DBX 6, as we're going to get set for our main card to determine our interim heavyweight champion between Rob Perez and Michael Garcia. It's coming your way right here from Miami, Florida.
Separate me from other fighters is I'm willing to die in the ring. Things that have gotten me into this position today, pure tenacity. There's never been a fight I've said no to.
I improve in every area, especially striking. I'm more sharp, more quick. A win is a must.
You got 2 choices in life. You can lay down and quit, or you can fight back. I'm here to destroy.
I just love the sport. I love violence. Just going in and kill. There's nothing to prove with this fight, because he never experienced this type of damage.
Should not have showed up to Miami, Florida to show up for this fight.
The speed, the power, the height, it's a dangerous combination.
I was just a born killer. I'm not an athlete, I'm a killer.
I've been hearing a bunch of talk that he's gonna knock me out in the first round. You better knock me out in the first round. If not, you're gonna be in for a fucked up night, so.
You die or I die, and I know you ain't killing me.
He doesn't think you present a real threat. Next Friday, we're gonna find out.
When I step in that ring, I'm already woke. So when you hit me, it made me more angry.
I'm just ready to show him there's a different level to this.
I like feeling like I want to kill you now.
If it was a real fucking fight, I'm selling this fucking fight all my fucking own, and I'm gonna show you why they call me the Wolf. I'm gonna show you.
I just want to hurt him.
Stay at home fucking dumbass dad. Those kids ain't even yours.
Michael Garcia, you're fucking dead. You're dead. No! I'm gonna shut him up in the ring for sure. I'm gonna swallow him up.
You ain't a man. You a bitch. You a bitch. You a scared little bitch.
This fight only has one outcome. With me getting my hand raised and that belt wrapped around my waist.
Take the fucking shit off. Take my belt off. That's my belt. I can't wait to fuck you up. I hope you know you going down. Look at you. You gonna feel this Friday. You gonna feel both of these.
Taking my family's food basically means you gotta die.
You should not have showed up to Miami, Florida to show up for this fight.
What separates me, I think, is my faith. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light.
My mentality for every fight is just to come and win. A win is a must.
I fight because, man, money talks, man.
You better not come in here for a check. You better come in here for war.
Welcome in, everybody, to Miami, Florida. That has been home to so many great championship moments, from Muhammad Ali hosting his first world title to the Miami Hurricanes and their 5 rings. And tonight, inside the Dirty Boxing Ring, we're going to find out our next champ in the long-standing James L. Knight Center. We got Rob the Wolf Perez and Michael Garcia, 5 rounds in the heavyweight division for the interim heavyweight title here at DBX 6. An exciting card coming your way here from Magic City as you see the Wolf howling his way through the hallways, ready to try and hoist his belt that he's been waiting months on. Here we got Michael Garcia dealing with all the trash talk this week, coming in, wearing his late brother on his chest, looking to honor him as we get set for this interim heavyweight championship here from the long-standing James L. Knight Center in Miami, Florida. Pleasure to have you along with us here for this main card as we're gonna get set here for 5 more fights, with Milos Janicic kicking us off here, making his return to the Dirty Boxing Ring against Taylor Burley. Then we have 2 towering middleweights, Adam Progress against Blake Lacaze in the featherweight division, Miami's own South Florida cash cow, Brian El Gallo Duran against Tristan Galchan, making his return to DBX. And then in the co-main event, the sensational Montavious Ware takes on Luis Saldana. Cannot wait to bring this to you guys here ringside. If you guys are just tuning in to Dirty Boxing for the first time, here's your rule set. 4-ounce gloves in an 18-foot ring, no hugging. You could lose a point for that. 3-minute rounds with an optional bonus round. If we have a split decision, conditional ground and pound, you earn a knockdown. You have 5 seconds to finish it at the discretion of the referee. No grappling, no submissions. Elbows and back fists are allowed in the Dirty Boxing Ring. And you're going to be seeing some sensational highlights. If it's anything like our feature prelim just was, don't blink, because you're going to see some incredible stuff here tonight. We're getting set. We're all set for it here. Brendan Tobin alongside Frank Mir and Jason Anik, here to bring you a night of action with DBX 6. And here we go, getting set for our first fight on the main card, the Cobra, Milos Janicic from Montenegro, getting set to take on the Wild Man, Taylor Burley, at 165 pounds. Milos Janicic, been sensational in his 2 appearances in the Dirty Boxing Ring. But Taylor Burley feels game to make the upset here tonight, Jason.
Yeah, Taylor Burley, the Wild Man, you know, probably knows exactly what he's getting into, you know. He's a mixed martial artist in his own right, has a real good head on his shoulders, is an active competitor. The whole main card is absolutely stacked.
What separates me from other fighters is I'm willing to die in the ring. I'm born for this.
The things that have gotten me into this position today is just the constant battle of my own demons. I was looking for a lot of answers in the wrong places?
Since my first DBX fight, it's been like about 1 year. I improve in every area, especially striking. I'm more sharp, more quick.
What separates me, I think, is my faith. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light.
My mentality for every fight is just to come and win. A win is a must.
I said yes to this fight because there's never been a fight I've said no to.
I see myself winning this fight by a first round KO or maybe a second round KO, but it's gonna be a finish.
I see myself winning this fight through pure tenacity.
Honestly, I don't see he can do anything to stop me because I just think I'm levels above.
I really hope you're not looking past me. You're a seasoned guy. You're gonna be my toughest opponent yet. I will surprise you.
To get where I am today, I gave my everything into this sport. I went all in. Let's see who's better in that ring.
To the town of our free who rode a stranger one fine day.
So a lot of people rock beards nowadays. Not sure I've seen a better one in my life than that of the wild man Taylor Burley. So competed a lot in his MMA career at 155. Said nobody was stronger than him at 155. The cut was too tough, so he's moved up to 170. This is a catch weight at 165. He really thrives in close quarters, so the dirty setting hopefully could suit him well. Does not intend to change game plans at all based on the opponent. His style is geared toward himself, and his style fits dirty boxing excellently in his opinion.
Yeah, he's walked around all week with his Bible, which he calls his sword. And, you know, he's talked about a lot of the turnarounds that he's had in his life. But this is a man, he says, I found this in bar fighting. That's where I started off when it came to this. And just a fascinating guy, Jason, between what he does for a profession, everything that he's got going for him.
Yeah, trains dogs professionally. You know, he started training during COVID-19, and I thought it was a very interesting way he put it. He said to test his capabilities and exploit his own weaknesses. He's a really cerebral guy, and at 31 years old, really coming into his own. And as we craft this new sport, which is what it is, perhaps Taylor Burley can find a home here.
Well, he's got a big task on his hand. They call him the Wild Man. You see all the animals tattooed on his chest. Had many of them be. He said the bear at one point was his spirit animal. He's got the snakes, the lions. He calls it his totem pole. As he reflects and gets set for this upcoming matchup to kick off our main card here, as we got the Interim Heavyweight Championship on the line later on tonight between Perez and Michael Garcia. But he's got a tall task at hand, because the Wild Man's gonna have to tame a cobra.
Montenegro, stand up for your boy, Milos Janicic, making his awaited return to dirty boxing. Big smile on his face, 2-0 in the D-ring. Perhaps as gifted a martial artist as we've had in this promotion. 19-3 as a pro MMA fighter, all 19 wins by finish. Competed in the main event in his home country back in December against Alex Oliveira, a name you know well, Cowboy Oliveira from the UFC. Finished him in under 2 minutes, round one with punches. Had a really interesting point though about this fight. There is pressure. He says, wins don't do too much for me these days. A loss would be crushing. So as he builds his career, whether it's dirty boxing, gold, or a UFC career, there is pressure on this gifted athlete.
Yeah, he mentioned the idea of maybe moving over to South Florida and getting one of the big camps over here, because he feels like that's what's going to take his career to the next level, even though he has lost. It's not easy for him to find a coaching fit, because he feels so comfortable with what he's done in his career already. But we're excited to see him. He's got some Serbian fans here as well. All the Balkans over here, ready to root on the Cobra. As you see our tail of the tape, Milos Janicic, 28 years old, stands 5'11", weighing in at 165.4 pounds with a 70-inch reach. He's 2-0 in the dirty boxing ring with a KO. Taylor Burley, 31 years old, 5'10", weighing in at 164.8 pounds. He's got that 4-inch reach advantage, 74-inch reach, and this is his dirty boxing debut. Let's kick off the main card and set it up to Michael Hansen.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome once again to the James L. Knight Center here in Miami, Florida for DBX 6, Perez versus Garcia. And now, This fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the Dirty Boxing 165-pound division. This bout is sponsored by Timepiece Trading. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Samuel Burgos. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing white trunks, he stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. Officially weighing in at 164.8 pounds. And coming in tonight, making his Dirty Boxing debut. Fighting out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, the Wild Man, Taylor Burley. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. Wearing black trunks, he stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He stepped on the scale and officially weighed 165.4 pounds. And he steps through the ropes tonight with a DBX record of 2 wins and no losses. And he is fighting out of Podgorica, Montenegro, Milos Cobra Janicic.
Come on in. Red, come on in. All right, gentlemen. Get the instruction on the back. Obey my command. Protect yourself at all times. Right here is good. Right here is good. Touch him. Come out of the belt.
You can hear the reaction in the stands here for the Cobra, Milos Janicic. Taylor Burley trying to send him home upset.
At the belt, gentlemen. Time.
And round 1 is underway here on our main card, a DBX 6. Milos Janicic in the black trunks, Taylor Burley in the white. A right lands up top for Burley, but then some elbows to retaliate from Milos.
Janicic made his Dirty Boxing debut last June, 8 months after ACL surgery. Did get fight of the night.
He sends Burley back into the ropes, and there's an elbow to follow up. He's getting behind the head, and it looks like Sam Burgos is stepping in. Milos Janicic, the Cobra, strikes and finishes off Taylor Burley in round 1.
I understand that. He was taking strikes that were devastating downward elbows, and he was doing nothing to intelligently defend it. That's why the referee came in there and stopped it.
Fair.
This man continues to dazzle every time he steps in the Dirty Boxing ring. Milos Janicic did not disappoint his fans coming here to see him tonight in Miami, Florida. The two embrace afterwards, and here we can see
stiff jab, that right hand right down the middle afterwards. Hammer fist uppercut, really changing angles and finding holes. And then those elbows, devastating shots.
What a show starter there by Milos Janicic to our main card. And it was just too much for Burley.
Now Burley would have been better off if he would have taken a knee at that moment and just accepted the knockdown. By standing there and taking those shots and not able to defend himself. That's why the referee stepped in, because worried that he was going to take one real bad shot.
Sam Burgos, as seasoned as it gets refereeing in the Dirty Boxing ring, but Milos Janicic put in another one on the record, and you got to wonder for him what the future holds, but so far it looked dazzling in his Dirty Boxing career. Very impressive. See his corner there, embrace him afterwards. And all the Balkan fans very excited for him. We'll send it up to Michael Hansen to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee Samuel Burgos stepped in and waves off the fight. The official time, 44 seconds of round number 1 for your winner by TKO, Milos Cobra Janicic.
You know, in Dirty Boxing, quick work, brother. How you feeling?
Not good because I think I torn my biceps, but I was injured a little bit before this. But I hope UFC matchmaker is there. UFC is coming to Serbia. You know who to sign. 90 wins, 90 finishes. So let's go.
Yeah, we know that. Hope the arm's okay. So got him going with some elbows, really landed some clean elbows. That was sort of the beginning and the end. How'd that finish go for you?
Yeah, like always, I go for a kill, 100% finish rate, and let's make history for Montenegro. First UFC fighter from Montenegro.
Yeah, we know we hear the crowd, we know the YouTube views got going, so 3-0 in dirty boxing, we know you have big aspirations. Let's take a look at your work up here, talk us through it a little bit.
Yes, I found the timing, 1-2, and luckily I finished this because I think I'm injured now, so thank God I just finished this quickly. Yeah, looks good. 1, 2, good timing. Yes, so I hope UFC matchmakers watch this. See you in Serbia, guys.
I love it. Well, it's always an honor to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Milos Janicic.
There you go, Milos Janicic, 3-0 in the dirty box ring. Hope that is a quick recovery there with his bicep. But even with that injury, made the work of it. Very impressive from him. And it's interesting because UFC in Serbia, yes, he is from Montenegro, but he says that he feels just as much love from Serbia as he does from his home nation. And you heard the crowd here today. There's a reason he's a fan favorite, and he put on a heck of a show here in the James L. Knight Center and kicked off this main card in the right way at DBX 6.
So a little injury, 44 seconds of work, but not a great result perhaps for the bicep for Janicic.
We'll keep it moving here as the action continues from the James L. Knight Center from Miami, Florida. As we'll get into the middleweight division, have been waiting for this one all week. Two towering middleweights, Adam Progress against Blake Lacaz, both standing 6'7". And they're going to step into the dirty boxing ring. Excited to see what they bring to the table here tonight.
Couple guys made John Jones look small at the weigh-ins last night.
Absolutely. I mean, they really were impressive to look at here at the weigh-in yesterday. Can't wait to see him in the ring.
I just love the sport. I love violence. Just going in and kill. Just going in and smash the opponent.
You got two choices in life. You can lay down and quit, or you can fight back, and I'm a fighter. My mentality going into this fight is kill and only kill. I'm here to destroy.
The speed, the power, the height, and the age. And everything combined together is a dangerous combination.
102 sanctioned fights. That's a lot of fights to get to where I'm at. I feel like I'm finally here.
I see myself winning this fight with knocking the opponent out.
He should not have showed up to Miami, Florida to show up for this fight. That's one thing he could have done, was not showed up, and it would have helped him out a lot.
There's nothing to prove with this fight. It's just another milestone in my way, because he never experienced this type of damage.
Goal number one is win fight number one. Put a statement on the middleweight division and let everyone know I'm here to stay. That belt's mine, and I'm coming for that belt.
My goal in dirty boxing is to be the middleweight champion.
I'm looking to make a statement in dominating fashion.
I don't have any words for my opponent. I just wish him good luck after the fight.
Welcome to Dirty Boxing Championship. Big boy Blake Lacaz comes from a small town of 152 people, a self-proclaimed country boy. Started fighting at a young age, and his dad forced him to take up fighting the right way. Was actually referred to this promotion by Rob Perez, the Wolf, but he's an experienced fighter. 26 pro boxing fights, 7 bare knuckle fights. He is ready, he is excited, and this opportunity against Adam Progress is not lost on Blake Lacaz here tonight.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun spectacle to see two guys this height in this weight class bang in the dirty boxing ring. But a lot of confidence from Blake. because it did feel like in the lead up to this Progress, probably having a lot of the social media highlights and everybody wondering what Progress is going to bring to the table, but he's not fazed by it. As you heard there in the promo, said he shouldn't have even showed up for this one.
And you know, Blake, 30 years old. His opponent, Adam Progress, 18 years young, which is just incredible. But Lacaz was talking to us. He said, I'm one of the few guys to compete in MMA, pro boxing, bare knuckle, and now DBX. He said the first time he ever sparred, broke his nose, couldn't wait to get back in there.
I'm also interested to see which guy is able to deal with the fact that they're always used to being the taller guy by drastic amounts here as a middleweight at their height. This is the first time both of them probably fight anybody who's comparable to their height.
Fascinating. Here is the Berserker, Adam Progress. Anyone that has access to social media, if you haven't seen the viral clips of this kid, take a peek. Ridiculous speed, nasty right hook. 8 fights overall, 2 MMA, 2 boxing, 4 kickboxing. He will turn 19 in August, which is just incredible to me. Looks up to the great John Bones Jones. Wants to be the UFC middleweight champion. I think perhaps he's got a long road ahead of him, but he's young, certainly could do that. Had a big weight cut, was north of 200 pounds, had no problem coming in under the championship number of 185. Something's got to give tonight with these big boys.
6'8", 185 pounds, unreal.
Been waiting for this one all week, guys. I cannot wait to see this matchup. Fascinating by the weight class, the height, all they're going to bring to the table here.
You know, you say Progress started training MMA 2.5 years ago, which sounds, oh, well, short career. Well, if he started at 15 and a half, it is what it is.
It is, yes.
Yeah, he's like, I started off playing soccer and goes, team sports, not for me. I wanted to be into fighting.
Such a quiet confidence all week about him. Looks older than 18 to me physically, even despite the, you know, long, tall frame.
It's funny you say that as far as soccer wasn't a sport, but I think all athletes in all other sports aspire to be fighters.
No doubt about it.
That's the ultimate combat.
Well, it's the old cliche. You got 4 corners, a street ball basketball game on one end, guys playing football the other end, and the fight's on one corner. That's what you're watching.
Everybody else fight, you know where you're running.
Look at the confidence of the 18-year-old kid just chilling on the ropes.
Oh, and look at this tail of the tape. There you see it. Adam Progress, 18 years old, stands 6'8", 184.8 pounds with an 82-inch reach in his dirty boxing debut. Blake Lacaz, 30 years old, 6'7", 182.6 pounds with a 77-inch reach, also making his dirty boxing debut. We're set for the action. We continue here on the main card. Let's send it up to Michael Hansen to get these tall middleweights ready for their bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the dirty boxing middleweight division. This bout is sponsored by HQD. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Christopher Young. And now introducing to you first fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the white trunks and standing 6 feet 7 inches tall, officially weighing in at 182.6 pounds. And he steps over the ropes tonight, making his DBX debut. Fighting out of West Monroe, Louisiana, big boy, Blake Lacaz. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks and standing 6 feet 8 inches tall, officially weighing in at 184.8 pounds. He also stepped over the ropes tonight to make his DBX debut. He's fighting out of Hamburg, Germany, the Berserker, Adam Progress.
All right, Twin Towers, listen, gentlemen, you know what time it is. You fight hard, fight clean, touch him up. Back to your corner.
Getting set for this middleweight bout here. Chris Young, our referee. Adam Progress set to make his dirty boxing debut against Blake Lacaze. Progress in the black trunks, Lacaze in the white.
Rick, when you ready? Bam!
From the packed James L. Knight Center for DBX 6. Round 1 underway.
Remember that grabbing shit. Remember what we did about the grabbing shit. We knew he was going to grab. We know it. Come over the top.
Left gets through there by Progress. They get a little tied up.
Progress looks to be rocking some running shoes there, unless I'm mistaken. So cross trainers.
Brian, what do you think of this tall matchup here? First look at it.
This is wild. This is, for them, I mean, how often are they going to be able to fight somebody that's their own height? So it's, you would think it's just like any other size because they're equal, but they're so long and they get so much power like we're seeing right here. Yeah, they're generating a lot of force. This is wild.
Some vicious elbows there by Progress on Lacaze. And there chops another one through. There gets the straight shot. And then the spinning elbow there by Progress.
I really liked how he used the forearm frame instead of hugging. He knew he didn't want to engage on the clinch. He wanted to anti-clinch, maintain distance. And so he framed up with his forearms to keep that distance away from the cross.
First minute gone here in round number 1 as these two giants sizing each other up.
Back him up. Back him up. He can't strike going backwards. Let's back him up. We learned that.
Lacaze went to 14 different schools as a kid. He was always the new kid. Felt like he was always sort of having to fight early on and then settled in as a pro.
Coming in, stopping with that exclamation point.
Left sneaks through there by Progress.
Gets a reaction there from Lacaze.
Lacaze says he has experience fighting guys his height 3 times. He says he's knocked them all out, so he was comfortable doing this.
Oh. He had to have moved up in weight class to have done that. That must have been boxing, fought as a heavyweight or something.
Lacaze ducks under a big shot from Progress.
Get dirty! Get dirty now! Throw that! Get dirty, just like we did.
Little uppercut sneaks through it. As you hear, they're trying to make this dirty and get away from that range. They want to fight in close.
Yeah,
looks like a headbutt stuck through there by Progress. Chris Young saw it.
Blake Lacaze's dad, Tony, in the corner, just screaming at him to get dirty.
I got you.
Giving us some time here.
I know.
Hate to see this mess up what was already an exciting bout starting off. That's something they can't be used to, is having heads near each other at that height. But here you can see it. Boom, a little right against them. Boom. Oh, vicious right there.
That's deliberate.
Delivered up that high, too.
He could use this as an excuse. Hey, when am I going to have the opportunity at middleweight to hit a guy with a headbutt?
Lacaze.
I had to take my shot.
Lacaze looks like he's got a little trouble with that eye right now. Seeing if he can open it up. Chris Young giving him some time. Rubbing that eye. Progress just waits.
Sometimes in the psychology of humans, when we bring something up, that means it's on our mind. Typically, it's not in the right direction. For him to say that when life gets rough, you either lay down or fight.
So a point was taken away.
No retaliation. Keep it clean. Time in.
From Adam Progress. But Blake Lacaze is going to continue, and then a big shot. He just eats it right there from Progress. Whipping left down the pipe. Oh. And here comes a big shot as he's got a big stiff jab. And then he tries that hook. Big spinning elbow attack by Progress. And he goes to the body. And it looks like he's trying to finish the job. Combination up top by Progress. He's going back to the elbows as he follows up. More shots on the ropes. Lacaze still standing. How is he still standing? Unbelievable. And you have to wonder what that headbutt did to him, because that's when Progress really turned on the juice. And can he see a round 2? Because that was a vicious attack he just took.
Well, and I think the official made a good decision taking a point when he did, because clearly it was impacting. It had a significant impact, but the striking of Progress is ridiculous.
Amazing. So clean, so fast. I don't think I've ever seen a guy of that height throw that fast.
Let your young man look at 18 years old.
Amazing.
Just fast as he really got comfortable there.
And Progress immediately, though, is saying something to anybody who'll listen to him. The different referees and the different seconds in corner walking in there. He's saying something. You see how he's constantly whispering to everybody. I think immediately he wants out.
Lacaz still on the stool.
Yeah, I think the doctor's calling it. Don't think he can get that eye open.
And now,
maybe not.
Trainers are taking it out. Doctors, referees have discussed it. Lacaz, tough as they come. And now the doctor's going to look at it right before here we start round number 2 and get a look at Blake. I mean, he got hit in that head with a lot of force.
Yeah, but why would the eye be enclosed as far as unless there's a fracture?
So is this a no contest if it gets called here?
Yeah, this fight hasn't gone the full. Well, I guess, yeah, well, it's gone 2 rounds though, right? No, it was 1.
That just one.
That's 1, yeah. It has to go 2 rounds, I believe.
See that vicious headbutt there in the middle of round 1.
I know that was intentional. He needs to work on that as a sportsman moving forward, because he has great hands. Stuff like that could ruin his career. So I'm glad they took the point. He does deserve to be punished for it. It helps deter that behavior.
Your point, though, about he's never had a head in front of him at that height. You know what I mean? So we'll see how it shakes out. But either way, Progress showed us something tonight.
It does look like the eye is better open now, so that is good news. It looks like whatever the doctor did, it looks like we might be set here for round 2, so that's good news.
Yes.
It looks like Lacaz can see him. We're underway here in round 2.
I think the doctor's letting him know that he's not going to call the fight. He would have to go ahead and quit himself. Sometimes fighters maybe are looking for the doctor to call the fight.
Good point.
Watch your feet, watch your feet, watch your feet.
Brian, what do you make of all the things that happened in round 1 there?
I mean, the composure of Progress, the way he was picking his targets. He wasn't smothering himself like a lot of the fights we saw tonight. That was truly impressive for an 18-year-old this tall with this little experience.
I wouldn't be surprised if people in straight boxing are watching him and go, hey, kid, we might need you here to be a...
Go grab his hands, go grab his hands.
Now get dirty, get dirty.
Stop, no punch, no strike, no strike, no strike. I got you. Do me a favor. Hey, don't grab the wrist, okay? Punch.
Frustration there by Lacaz, but you're seeing a Progress who's very comfortable here in round 2.
Well, no, Lacaz corner may want him to make it dirty, but Progress, the range and the precision is tough to crack.
Yeah, for you to have that height, that range with that speed and ability to move and flow.
Be creative. Follow it up with that
This
elbow.
kid can be, 19 years old.
Watch that elbow,
Wow.
it's coming. There you go. Attaboy. Be careful. Set it up.
Stiff jab there by Progress.
Eat off the jab. Come on, hands up.
Oh, looping
Now
hook there. Nearly gets through. Lacaz tries to get some time with those big elbows that he just comes through. They're almost the size of an arm when he just has the elbow.
And watching Progress flow on tape in the gym, it looks sped up. It doesn't even look as though it's real speed, and he's able to slow it down in here and just piece the target.
Oh, strong left to the body and then a hook up top. Progress seems like he's got his way right now.
Hard for Lacaz to find offense.
Tries a spinning attack. Lacaz gets out of the way.
Let him go.
All of his 6'7" frame. Getting some shots there as they're up against the ropes. Chris Young separates them. Under a minute here in round 2.
In all of Lacaz's experience in his career, he's not used to having to deal with somebody who can hit him from that far away. Usually he's always has the benefit of range and length. And here he's facing a guy who not only has range, but speed.
Yes.
Fast left hand and then a hook there by Progress. 30 seconds left in the second round. He goes to the body shot.
liver shot puts him out, finishes the fight, it looks like.
Progress is dancing, celebrating. Chris Young calling a body shot, not low. As Adam Progress finishes the job.
Good job, man.
What a showing.
That is a very impressive challenge walking around.
Still trying to recover.
18 years old, Adam Progress with a hell of a dirty boxing debut. Stopping Blake Lacaze in round 2. Got him right, you can see. Lacaze grabbing the liver. And here you can see his work to finish the job. Bang! Liver shot, and that was all she wrote. Curling up under the ropes. What a performance by Adam Progress.
I mean, he ran the guy back. Lord, you're told that that's not a smart shot to use. And he just, wow, that was so beautiful. To move forward like that and move the guy backwards, and then while he's walking backwards, to change levels and tap forward, it's dangerous. But with his speed and his length, he pulled it off with devastating results.
This kid is electric. The two have some words afterwards, shake hands, and very impressive. And you know, Progress proud to do that in front of his fight role models in John Bones Jones. Very impressed. Fires it at the center of the ring. Let's set it up to Michael Hansen to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee, Christopher Young, steps in and ends the fight. The official time, 1 minute 38 seconds of round number 2 for your winner by knockout, the Berserker, Adam Progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your winner, an impressive Adam Progress. Welcome to Dirty Boxing, brother. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I expected the first round knockout, but yeah, it didn't work out.
Well, a little headbutt got in the way a little bit. Anyone who's watched you on film, super impressed. It clearly translated in here. Seemed as though you picked him apart, did everything you wanted to do.
Yeah, but it didn't went like planned, but next time.
So this was your debut here tonight. Perhaps we could see you again in this Dirty Boxing ring. What'd you think of the rule set here?
It's a very good rule set. Small cage, no hiding, and yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a debut. One more time, Adam Progress. Congrats.
What a debut indeed, Jason Ande, from Adam Progress, all of 18 years old, bringing down the house here at the James L. Knight Center in Miami. A star-studded affair here in the 305. Let's go on over to the Schmo.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Andrew Cobra Tate in the flesh layer, Dirty Boxing Championship 6. What do you make of the tall guys going at it and it resulting in that big liver shot?
Yeah, that was a really interesting one because when you're as tall as they are, you're probably used to being the taller fighter all the time, and you're finally fighting someone your own size. So that was really interesting, but I'm telling you, the guy who won looks dangerous. That would be a hard night for anybody.
You know a thing or two about boxing, kickboxing. What do you make of dirty boxing?
Bro, the rule set's incredible. It's all about violence. It's all about heart, courage. It's really incredible, and it's amazing that just enough action happens. The action never stops. It's got the best of all the combat sports.
You have a lot of influence over young men. So a young man aspiring to get into combat sports, dirty boxing specifically, what is your message to them?
I think it's the ultimate test of self. It's a lot more scary than people give it credit for. It's a scary thing to do, and that's what you should do as a man, is face your fears. You know, you can lose 100 times, but if you win once, you're still a winner. And it's about getting in there and testing yourself, and especially if you're young. Your youth is for testing yourself. The best thing about being young is that you heal like Wolverine. That's the time to get it done. So while you're young, do it, because when you're old, you'll regret that you didn't.
You've been hanging with John Jones yesterday and today. What's the conversation been like with Johnny Bones Jones?
Oh, they're very polite. I make sure they stay very polite. He's a legend, never lost. You know, to get in there at that level, all of those times and never have a bad day where it just doesn't go your way. I've won, I've lost, I've had days where I should have won, it just didn't go my way. Never happened to him. Consummate professional. legend of the game, OG. He's one of the reasons why MMA is where it is today.
Well said. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Schmo. Andrew Tate at the weigh-ins yesterday. Taking all the festivities in here from Dirty Boxing Championship. DBX 6 rolls on here, an incredible atmosphere at the James L. Knight Center. And it feels like this building's about to blow as one of their own is about to enter the Dirty Boxing ring in the featherweight division as we roll on here and continue this incredible night of action. 2 sensational knockouts to start off the main card. And there you see back in the locker room, the Wolf, Rob Perez, getting ready for his interim championship matchup, Jason.
Oh, Dirty Boxing is all about the Wolf, and the Wolf is all about Dirty Boxing, or however he says it. Just can't wait to see him get in the ring. And even though this week as it went along, we saw a more composed, pure, calmer Wolf, as soon as he makes that walk, I think we're going to see the real deal. It's just such a great contrast of styles between him and Big Mike.
And there you see Michael Garcia, who has been dealing with all of the Wolf antics and trash talk and getting in the head and all that stuff. So a guy very excited for this opportunity to finally get his hands on Rob Perez. But we still got a couple more fights to go. And coming up, an exciting matchup in the featherweight division down here in Miami. One of their own about to step in the Dirty Boxing ring for the first time. The South Florida cash cow, Brian El Gallo Duran, takes on Tristan Galashan, making his return to the DBX ring. 3 rounds in the featherweight division here to continue DBX 6. You see the Ferris wheel there at Bayside. A beautiful night here in Miami, Florida. And inside the James L. Knight Center, ready to continue our action here on the night.
Mentality I'm going to this fight is you signed that contract to take my family's food. You know what I'm saying? Taking my family's food basically means you gotta die. And there's no in between. That's how I see it. You die or I die, and I know you ain't killing me.
I see myself winning this fight by any means necessary. I've been hearing a bunch of talk that he's gonna knock me out in the first round. You better knock me out in the first round. If not, you're gonna be in for a fucked up night. Money talks, man. Money talks, bullshit walks, and I'm trying to make some money from this game.
You better not come in here for a check. You better come in here for war. There's war, it's life or death. Nobody has ever put me out ever in my fucking career, ever.
I'm not scared. I'm just more aggressive. You got punching power, this and that and the third. I've been in there with hitters.
I'm a real violent individual. I always try to find a way out. You fall down, I could finish you, even if it's a little slip, you know? Everything helps me in this sport. The rules are I'm meant for a guy, I'll tell you that.
This ain't nothing new to me. I have the experience now. I got 14 pro fights, DBX experience. I got a lot of grit, and I got a lot of heart. You gotta kill me to stop me.
I see myself winning by probably first round knockout, later second. I let my city down before, but I ain't planning on doing that ever again. And Friday night is gonna show.
Your boy, Tristan Galashan, making his return to Dirty Boxing. This his second appearance. Have to rewind all the way back to Dirty Boxing 1, where he made his debut. A unanimous decision loss to Alexander Schenk. Schenk is a dog. Couple Dirty Boxing appearances under his belt. Tristan Galashan has remained active. Says, this is my Super Bowl. Trying to quit his job after this fight as a sushi chef. So if he can upset the crowd in Miami, perhaps, this could be his future.
And from Fort Myers by way of Winter Haven, Polk County, down to Dade County.
Calls himself a funky boxer, 6'5" and 2 record as a pro boxer. Hoping to find a home here in DBX.
Frank, you know, those attempts as a fighter, you're going to go into an atmosphere, the whole building's going to be rooting for the other guy. How do you mentally prepare yourself for something like that?
You know what, you just focus on what you're used to. You're only gonna walk so many times into that arena, so many times you do a cage, so many times you do a ring. That's always the part you just focus on what you're used to. You've touched gloves and fought 1,000, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000 rounds. So just staying focused, staying composed, and thinking about the procedure of what's about to happen when you get in there. So just kind of almost like shut it off and just focus on getting in the ring. Because once you get in here, it doesn't matter who's on the outside. They're not helping the guys. It's you and him locked in there.
You know, it's interesting, Brendan. He faced Alexander Schenk at DBX1. Schenk is a really talented fighter, found a way to win that. Then Schenk draws Montavious Ware in Nashville and just met his match there, but a talent coming through Dirty Boxing. Enter the South Florida cash cow, Brian El Gallo Duran. Hails from Cuba, now is making Miami, Florida home. Just a very aggressive, active, bare knuckle fighter making his debut here in Dirty Boxing. Can't wait to light this place on fire.
Well, you know it's special for him to be in there if they give you the Miami Vice shorts that you got to show out for the 305.
Oh, I love it. So he fought 3 weeks ago at BKFC 87. That was March 21st. 19-second TKO round 1. So easy for him to make the quick turn here, but 8-1-1 in BKFC. Won 7 of 8. Let's see what he can do with the 4-ounce gloves here tonight.
He had never fought with gloves, he told us. He was excited. This is his first time. He's
That's
like,
right.
I'm excited to put gloves on. He thinks he was almost strange to him to have something like that on his hands. So
certainly intends and thinks he'll be able to throw harder with the gloves, which certainly makes sense. Wants to make a statement here tonight. Only been training for 4 years.
you see our tail of the tape here. Brian Duran, 30 years old, stands 5'7", 144.8 pounds with a 67-inch reach in his Dirty Boxing debut. Tristan Galashan, 30 years old, 5'8", 145 pounds, 69-inch reach, 0-1 in the Dirty Boxing ring as these two are set for action. Let's set it up to Michael Hansen to introduce our featherweights.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the Dirty Boxing Featherweight division. This bout is sponsored by Swing Trading Labs. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Samuel Burgos. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing white trunks, he stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. Official weight 145.2 pounds. Returning to the DBX ring with a Dirty Boxing record of 0-1. And fighting out of Winter Haven, Florida. Ya boy, Tristan Galashan. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Wearing black with pink and blue trim. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. He stepped on the scale and officially weighed 144.8 pounds. And he steps through the ropes tonight, making his Dirty Boxing debut and fighting out of Miami, Florida. The South Florida Cash Cow, Brian El Gallo Duran.
Sam Burgos final instructions. Brian Duran in the Miami Vice trunks. Tristan Galashan in the white.
How about that, El Gallo making his debut, getting those special sports. Gotta love it.
You see this crowd, you get the special shorts. Gallo trying to respond as Duran gets out of the way. Flicks the jab at him.
Very classical boxing footwork for the Cuban. Duran, that in and out, that bounce, in and out, back, forth. Usually followed with a lot of jabs and crosses. Very Russian style, the Soviet game.
Gallo sneaks the uppercut in there. Some elbows there by Gallo, and Duran responds. Oh, he catches him with the right hand and drops him, gets the follow-up attempt. Great shot by Duran.
Nice combination there out of Gallo. Duran been more active so far.
You know, and that was good for somebody that just got dropped. It's almost like you're resetting. Just sitting there going, okay, just let my hands go, be loose, don't be restrictive. Start having your nervous system firing off, letting the punches move, letting the signals from your brain move themselves down. If you go too hard, too intense, it makes it difficult to fire off. So he's starting there, and then he can build upon it.
Gallo has rallied strong.
And Gallo definitely started the round slower and deliberately looked intentional from him, finding his range, now settling in a bit.
Duran follows through the elbow there. Gets out of the way, some fancy headwork. Nice defense there by Brian Duran. Then sticks the jab to the body on Gallo. Gallo responds with his own little jab to the body.
Good response there out of your boy.
He got dropped, but showed tremendous will to bounce back there.
He did. I think a lot of that truth, that shot, from what I remember, he kind of bounced into it, which only adds more power to it. As Duran was throwing that.
There you see the right hand. Kind of caught him slipping too.
Yeah.
Little off balance and gathered himself.
Gotta think Duran's probably certainly used to these punches getting guys out of there without gloves on.
Well, I think actually he's more correct when he thinks about power punching. Now that his hands are wrapped with gloves, he can actually throw harder. I've always told people that true bare knuckle fighting, where you're not wrapping your wrist in the back of your hand, if you really don't have your hand wrapped, you can't hit as hard. You have to be more held back. You blow your hand to pieces.
Yep.
The wrap in the hands, the gloves, that's to protect the hand, not your opponent's head.
Let's head on over to our coach's corner and Brian Wright. Brian, what'd you think of round one there?
Well, you can see that Gallo in the beginning, he was trying to see if all the talk about Duran's power was true. He got comfortable with it, then he started to roll. Now we're starting to see a real fight here. Duran's still looking for the power shot. Gallo, he's boxing here. He's using solid footwork, good balance. He's trying to school him a little bit.
As you heard on the intro of the walkout, he says he believed if Duran couldn't get him out in one, he was going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I believe Tristan's got a long game at work here.
But ultimately, only 5 minutes left of fight time to work with, so he is trailing.
Gallo also, his style takes less energy. He's more control with his weight, the way he's moving in. That style, he can do this all night long. As the fight continues on, he's not going to lose technique and timing. Duran's style is very explosive, very in and out. That's why you see it very much in the amateurs of boxing. There's not a lot of pros that actually use that type of footwork because it's much more difficult to be that hoppy, jumping in and out as round 6 hits, as round 8, going into a 12th round. But to your point, there is only 3 rounds here.
Garcia looking much more comfortable in this second round, no doubt, as he gets out of the way of that hook. Uppercut attempt by Duran doesn't land, and then a follow-up elbow there by Galashan, starting to open up a little bit more. Hits the jab, nice. He's starting to land some shots.
Yeah, Duran's hand sort of down a little bit.
And hands down actually could be a great technique to be used. You're drawing your opponent in. To be done properly, what you're basically doing is you're going, hey, if I put my hands down, I'm limiting where you're probably going to go for. You're probably going to go for my head, right?
Yeah,
and then, so now you move in, I keep my feet planted, I move my head offline, you swing, and now you've extended one of your limbs, and I got an angle, and I can throw a shot. That's really what the hands down tactic is really trying to emphasize on. Take advantage of.
Good stuff there.
Galashan touching that body, trying to bother Duran. Duran trying to look for that big shot against the rope. There's a hook attempt there. But Galashan throws the hands up, unbothered. Nice right gets through by Galashan.
Anyone's fight as we tick down here 10 seconds ago, round 2.
Body shot gets through on Galashan. Then he hits the head. Big hook attempt there by Duran. As him staggered, looked a little off balance there once again. But a nice rally by Galashan after a tough round 1.
That might be really a testament to Brian's power, is the fact that that punch landed on a forearm, and it knocked him backwards still.
Here you got Montavious Ware getting set in our co-main event, dazzled in his Dirty Boxing debut, and Luis Saldana getting set to try and stop the hype train. There you got the right sneaking through by Brian Duran with the elbow. Galashan unbothered.
I'd like to see that shot right there that he tripped on. Yeah, see there, that hit him on the forearms, but still kind of stuttered him backwards.
Galashan already in the center of the ring. They hug. They're set for this final round. Ooh, strong right hand to the body there by Brian Duran. Brian, what are you seeing here in this final round to look out for?
Well, what's happening here is Duran, when he's coming with power, he's throwing a little bit more of a circular shot. What's working best for Tristan is he's countering that circle with the jab, which is a straight line, getting to the center of the circle. If Tristan keeps him on the end of the jab, he's going to set up his cross. Duran's got to figure out how to push through and get those circles working like this.
Duran slips to the canvas. After some strong shots against the ropes, here he comes with the right hand. Galashan urging him on, unfazed. Waving Duran in, trying to set something up. There's an elbow by Galashan. Looked like got through there by Galashan. He's landing some shots. There you go, Duran getting a right through. Oh, all right, lands up top for Galashan. And here comes Duran trying to will his way in front of his hometown crowd. Another sneaky right there by Galashan, gets through.
Still anyone's fight, minute and a half to go.
Gets out of the way of that hook. Trying to see if he can tire out Duran for this final minute. Gets out of the way of that right. Can he return his own offense? Stiff jab by Duran. Got a minute left here in our final round. Galashan looking for a game-changing shot. Elbow there by Duran, and then the right sneaks through. Galashan waves him on. He sits with his own elbow. Hook gets through by Galashan. Duran returns fire. Hook to the body, then an uppercut by Duran. El Gallo trying to get a win in front of his hometown crowd. Right gets through by Duran. in our final round. As these two throwing punches till the final bell. What a matchup between these two in the featherweight division.
Great fight all around. I think Duran maybe had a little more power behind his strikes. Perhaps Gallo a little more volume. Tough one to judge.
I think though effective damage, it's easier to see it being done with what Duran was doing. You see the body moving, the way he's throwing, the tension behind the strikes. So landing one of those almost still indicates, at least it's even with two casually thrown shots, the more technical, less effort thrown behind them, but less body weight being positioned behind it.
To embrace after that performance. And we'll take a little look back at the action between Gallo and Duran. There you see the right, strong shots by Duran.
Yeah, just marching forward. As he's throwing those shots, he's looking to find holes around the forearms and between the forearm there of Gallo, who had some sneaky up elbows of himself. You saw there a couple times use that high guard. He would block shots and then come with a rising elbow afterwards. And as many times you shake your head no, those shots are still landing, still counting to the judges ringside.
Yeah, Frank, it seems like the optics of it, right? Like just more impactful, even though that Gallo had some sneaky stuff on his own. You don't know how slight some of that stuff was and if they caught it.
Right. It was. There's less noticeable.
Well, we'll soon find out what our official decision is as Gallo looks to go give some love. Looks like he's talking to the former world champ, Andre Berto. Our fighters are gathered in the center of the ring. Let's send it up to Michael Hansen to find out our official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of dirty boxing action, we now go to the scorecards. And all 3 judges scored the fight 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision, the South Florida Cash Cow, Brian El Gallo Duran.
Ladies and gentlemen, your boy got it done. I'm here with the South Florida Cash Cow, Brian El Gallo Duran. Welcome to Dirty Boxing. First time with gloves on your hands. How'd it feel to be in here?
Fucking hate gloves, but I love DBX, so you guys already know, man.
Anything surprise you about what happened in here tonight?
I thought I was gonna knock him out. He was tougher than I expected. I'm glad he was, because, you know, sometimes things like this teach you more than when you knock people the fuck out.
I hear you, man. You certainly got the more powerful shots. He had some volume coming in. I assume no surprise for you when it came to the judges' scorecards.
Nah, it wasn't a surprise. He didn't throw nothing that hurt me, so I already knew I won the fight, but I want to take this time to thank my Lord, Jesus Christ, man, for putting all of us here. Thank you, South Florida, for coming out. And I also want to speak for my Cubans. Oye, mi gente, de verdad que estoy sin palabras, de verdad, pero quiero darle la gracia a Dios por ponerme en este país, que me dio tremenda oportunidad. Y hace falta que pronto Cuba esté igual. Los quiero mucho, de verdad. And free Cuba, let's go!
Well, we'd love to have you back in here. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the South Florida Cash Cow, Brian El Gallo Duran.
Miami gets their hometown guy to go home with a win in the Miami Vice shorts. What a packed house here tonight at the James L. Knight Center for DBX 6. Now we still got our co-main and main coming on up. But we'll look back at some of the action here between Tristan Gallo and Brian Duran in one of our feature bouts here on the main card. First time we went to the scorecards here on the main card. And you can see Gallo was game with some of those. You had the right hand that caught him off balance and dropped him. Duran just relentless, putting that head down with combinations against the ropes, hitting the body, hitting the head. Strong with the hooks. Caught Gallo off balance at the end of round 2, and then really poured it on in round 3 to get the shutout on the scorecards. Gallo did show himself well, especially getting up off the canvas on that trivet shot in the first round, but a very, very impressive showing.
You know, Gallo,
Gallo.
all class, just came over to the broadcast booth. Just really impressed with him. I really hope he still gets another opportunity here at DBX.
Absolutely, he really showed himself well. Another man who always shows himself well, that's the Schmo. Schmo, what do you got for us here, man?
All right, we're here with NFL superstar tight end Chief David Njoku, soaking up all the action here in South Beach. Love the shades. What do you make of the action tonight?
It's a great event, man. This is a beautiful event, great outcome. I'm just happy to be here.
This is not your first dirty boxing event, so what do you make of the evolution of this sport? Only 6 events in.
It's huge. It's growing fast. It's growing fast, so you guys all gotta come, man. It's a beautiful event.
You're an athletic specimen. You enjoy the fine art with the hands, but what is it about dirty boxing that really draws your interest, David?
It's the elbows, it's everything. It's you know, it's dirty boxing. It doesn't get better than this.
One of the hottest free agent tight ends out there in the NFL market. Guys, back to you.
Listen, the Dolphins haven't needed a tight end. That's all I'm saying, Jason.
Hey, I'll say the New England Patriots could use him, maybe get to the Super Bowl and win it.
Don't you guys have enough? What do I have? No, I'm just kidding.
Brandon.
Excited for Malik Willis and Jeff Hafley and the John Eric Sullivan era down here. But hey,
yeah,
bring one of the U down here to pair up with Greg Dulcich. I'm all for it.
I love it. So you know me well enough to know that I've been excited about this co-main event as soon as it was announced.
Absolutely, and what a co-main event. You see the star rising from Montavious Ware after his sensational debut in his home state of Tennessee at DBX 4 at Nashville. And he's gonna try and dazzle the crowd once again against a DBX vet and Luis Saldana. Excited for our co-main coming up here from the James L. Knight Center in Miami.
You know, he said he doesn't think you present a real threat.
Next Friday, we're gonna find out.
When I step in that ring, I'm already woke. So when you hit me, it made me more angry.
He's able to see everything that's coming.
It made me more aggressive, so.
But, you know, I'm just an overall well-rounded fighter. I love the adrenaline, the fighting. I'm just ready to show him there's a different level to this.
This fight is something that I've been training my whole life for. You know, I trained over 3 months for this fight. I'm going to show them who I am.
You know, everybody wants to get that win over an experienced vet. He's going to bring the pressure, I know that, but I'm ready for that.
You better be on his toes, because I'm coming.
So this fight, I'm going to go out there and prove that I belong here.
I want the world to know about Montavious Ware. He is an amazing fighter.
I know I've put in the work. It's going to show on Friday. Since my last fight, my training, I've grown mentally and physically.
I learned better technique and form and combinations.
I feel like I'm going to go out there and outperform my opponent. Hope he brings it. Hope he brings out the best in me. That's going to be hopefully it's a dog fight and we put on a good show for the fans.
Nice range there.
There you go. Just finding my shots and getting a finish.
I don't like going long rounds. I see myself winning this fight just a finish, you know. But I like giving the crowd a good knockout.
The veteran mixed martial artist Luis Saldana. Des Moines, Iowa is home. Has certainly spent a lot of time in Glendale, Arizona. 18-7-1, his pro MMA record. Certainly a lot of experience coming in here tonight. This is his second dirty boxing appearance. Did appear at DBX 2 back in June. A knockout over Joe Penafiel in round 3. But he was honest with us, said he played around a little bit. Didn't feel a huge threat right out of the gate in that fight. Did wait around till round 3. Sort of played with his food a little bit. Knows he will have a very different challenge from Montavious Ware tonight. in his 18 MMA fights. 7 wins by knockout, 9 by submission, so he likes getting you out of there. But he says he's getting more focused with age. I believe him. Ultimately, I think for Saldana tonight, whether it's range, whether it's height, gotta keep the distance from the entertaining MTV Ware.
Well, you gotta think for him, right? Montavious Ware has one of those sensational debuts in the early history of dirty boxing. The hype is high. 23 years old, you can hear the confidence. Saldana wants to end that hype train right away, because that puts him. We got championship being decided tonight, Jason. You go and stop the hype train. When they go out there and we have a featherweight championship for the first time, you're gonna skyrocket right to the top if you beat Montavious Ware, you would think.
No question about it. And Saldana not lacking confidence at all. The weight cut was challenging, but he absolutely made it. Feeling better now. Just a really versatile athlete. Loves running marathons, staying in shape. Was a 2009 Iowa Gold Gloves boxing champion. Started boxing at 8 years old. So really electric finisher, creative striker, fast hands.
I got old kids,
Here is MTV must-see television, Montavious Ware. BT, I watched all of his boxing matches before he made his dirty boxing debut in October in Nashville. I was blown away by everything he did in the boxing ring. Just viciously talented, has all the weapons that this rule set is allowed, right? A vicious boxer, but not afraid to mix in the elbows. Plus speed, plus power, plus quickness. Height will be the only maybe disadvantage. Height and reach, 5'6", going against 5'11" here. Trained himself starting at 12, 13 years old. Really respects Saldana, though, and looks at him to push him to showcase his skills.
Well, I'll tell you, if you want to feel bad about your own physical features, just watch Montavious Ware on Instagram and the way this guy is running in the mountains of Tennessee every single day. The guy has an engine that doesn't stop, and it was the first thing he did when he got down in South Florida. He goes, I feel like I got to go and run immediately. He's running down in the city to try and get a sense of the atmosphere around here. Just feels like that's what centers him before a fight week.
I also think the win at DBX 4 gave him great confidence. He was a little quiet on the mic. He just is more loquacious this week, has a lot more to say. And I think, when you talk to him, you talk about styles, and he talks about the jab. He says, I'm poking to stab you, hurt you. Everything is thrown with bad intentions. This should be absolutely electric. Both guys 1-0 in DBX. Something has to give.
Going to be exciting here in the featherweight division. We'll take a look at our tail of the tape before our co-main event. Montavious Ware, 24 years old, stands 5'8", 146 pounds on the scale, 70-inch reach, 1-0 with a KO in dirty boxing. Luis Saldana, 34 years old, stands 5'11", weighing in 146 pounds with a 73-inch reach, also 1-0 with a KO in the dirty boxing ring. Our co-main combatants are in the ring, as is our own ring announcer, Michael Hansen, to introduce them.
Ladies and gentlemen, this, our co-main event of the evening, is scheduled for 3 rounds in the DBX Featherweight division. Our co-main is sponsored by Prince Street Pizza. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Christopher Young. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing white trunks, he stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. He stepped on the scale and officially weighed 146 pounds, and he comes in tonight with a DBX record of 1 win and no losses. Fighting out of Des Moines, Iowa, Luis Saldana. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black, he stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. Official weight, 146 pounds. Coming in tonight with a DBX record of 1-0 and fighting out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, Montavious Ware.
Come on, gentlemen. Move on record. Ladies and gentlemen, There are no time to lose. I need you to fight hard, fight clean, touch him up at 2 corners.
Montavious Ware and Luis Saldana set to go here in our co-main event in Miami, Florida.
Montavious Ware, shoe game on point. Last fight all black, now he's at the slick silver. Maybe Adam Progress could see him after the fights get tightened up there.
He definitely has the best shoes tonight.
Jab to the body by Ware to start things off. Then he hits the straight shot right to the body.
Probably setting up a left hook or lead hook to the head after that.
More of a feeling out process from both guys than in their debuts.
Saldana gets out of the way when it looked like Montavious Ware was getting set up an elbow.
I saw that, yeah. This might be the most tentative we've seen anybody tonight come out.
Strong left up top by Ware. The right sneaks through by Saldana.
Saldana doing a good job trying to close that, keep the distance at the range he prefers.
There's that right hook. I thought Ware would set that up by throwing that left to the body, He brings his hands in of Saldana, down on that
Big left out of Ware, Saldana's recovered.
There's a spinning attack by Saldana. Doesn't land. Halfway through round number 1.
Montavious Ware still young, 24 years old, 25 in November. Saldana 35.
Left up top by Ware. Tries the spinning back fist. About a minute left here in round number 1 as Ware switches stances. Goes with the lead left to the body. Then back to southpaw. Right up top lands by Saldana.
Sometimes the best time to throw a combination when you have a guy that switches stance in front of you. As soon as he's switching, fire off your shot. Don't give him time to reset.
Right on the break there by Montavious Ware lands. So we got about 30 seconds left in this first round in our co-main event.
Great matchmaking here again, our guy AJ. Both guys dominated their first opponents. They have met their match here tonight.
The one thing about Ware's doing the mistake is he's throwing his cross to the body from too far away. So his feet aren't close enough. So he's leaning too far forward with his upper body. So when he's missing, he's not really able to capitalize to do anything afterwards. And also it's messing up his range when Saldana moves back just a little bit. He just needs to be a little bit more disciplined about bringing his feet in and then changing levels and dropping that to the body.
You won that round. Listen, breathe.
Too much reaching past his feet.
You need to do the same thing. I want you to box this time. Okay? Let him come to you. And then you turn into who you can turn into. Okay? Let him think that he's gonna put pressure on you. And then clock. Okay? He don't like to get hit by you, you can tell.
We'll see if that game plan works. As you saw, Ware was definitely looking for it. And look, there's a lot of pressure on him. He knows he wants to put on a show here. He's going to be aggressive, and so we'll see if that game plan works of trying to lure Saldana in here in round number 2.
And I like that corner work a lot. Calmed his young fighter down, and I think sort of looking to counter.
Intellectual advice.
Yes.
We'll go to our own corner. Brian Wright, what'd you think of that advice there in the corner? And what are you making of Ware and Saldana thus far?
Trying to get him to let Saldana make mistakes, get him comfortable making mistakes so that he's able to open up and be himself. And that's really what has to happen here. He was coming at him and he's touching hard, but it's not making Saldana want to actually fight. And Ware needs him to come to him a little bit more instead of just trying to stalk the whole time.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Brian right doing excellent work in the corner all night as a left lands up top for Ware. Saldana eats it.
And Saldana made the mistake of jumping forward. His head's on a straight line, and he threw a uppercut. That's the reason why you don't throw a lead uppercut in the middle of the ring coming forward. He's open for a straight shot, and that's what happened when Ware fired that back on him.
Ware back to switching some stances, goes to conventional them. Changing those looks for Saldana as he goes with the jab to the body.
You know, it's interesting. The coaching wanted Ware to wait for Saldana to come to him, but it clearly looks like Saldana trying to counter as well.
We can send that up as well. He's dipping his head. Yeah, fading it. Really sell it. Hey, feel free to step it on the jab cross, make him think.
Halfway through our second round here. Co-main event, Montavious Ware in the black trunks, Luis Saldana in the white.
You see the respect on both ends.
Elbow chopping up top by Ware.
Watch your head, let him go.
There's a big strong uppercut and then a spinning elbow by Saldana to retaliate as he follows up on Ware. Ware trying to grab the leg and that will allow him back up. You engage with the leg, the referee will allow you.
Hey, go back up again, okay? To be clean. All right.
When you grab the leg, you have to stop the striking. But great heads-up work there by Ware, who got caught up after it looked like he was about to turn the tides here and get his offense going in round two. Saldana had something to say about that. Goes back to that jab at the body.
And it kind of speaks to your point. The reason why Saldana is kind of playing that backwards, it's more because Ware is putting pressure on him moving forward. So Ware's coach is trying to get him to not do that. Like, basically, he's forcing the other guy to move backwards because he's being so aggressive and moving forward.
Left hand lands up top for Ware. He's got to watch out for that spinning attack by Saldana.
Close round, Ware still a little more active, a little more power behind the shots.
10 seconds left here in this second round.
Yeah, his feet are wider, bigger base, heavy. You can tell that he wants to throw hard. His only issue is that when he throws these hard shots, he doesn't keep his head behind his lead knee. And by doing that, and the mistake that I made almost my career, that's why I'm such an expert on it, you're off balance then, and you're open for shots. But you feel like by doing that, you are throwing with power, but you're bringing your head right in towards where the other guys can throw punches back at you.
Our interim title fight coming on up. Rob Perez getting set for action against Michael Garcia for the Interim Heavyweight Championship. That coming your way. 5 rounds. They'll both of them feel like they want to end it early. Saldana trying to breathe a game plan here for round 3. Round 3 underway. A little jab to the body there by Ware to start things off here in the final round.
Yeah, Ware is such a powerful guy, wide stance, shaking, moving forward. He's forcing Saldana to want to walk backwards. He's not really enticed to move forward on that.
And Ware just so fast and elusive too. But Saldana did have that knockout. He is absolutely in this fight. Close fight. Just over 2 minutes left.
The only thing Saldana's kind of making a mistake of this, and you run out of time if things aren't created, is that he's kind of letting Ware dictate the pace. He's letting him decide when they fight, when they go. He's playing second fiddle. He's allowing Ware to move forward, be explosive, and he's thinking, okay, I'll counterpunch. I'll move out of the way, let him miss, be off balance, and then I'll capitalize. The problem, though, with that style is that you're waiting for your opponent to go first. And I feel like the judges ringside can kind of almost feel that. That's why they kind of, when nothing really happens in a round, the guy who's dictating the pace tends to get the round. When they see you sitting there waiting to play counterpuncher, pull back, wait, make your guy miss,
if nothing happens, you don't really get rewarded for that.
Just over a minute left here in our final round. Montavious Ware, you know that he wants to try and close the show, but doesn't want to get crazy. There he goes with the combination to try and get Saldana on the back foot, but now he's got him in the corner.
Saldana's had success when he's gone. I think he's going to need to go in this last minute to win this fight.
Right. When he goes, he does have success.
Left got through there by Ware. Under a minute left here in our final round.
And this is a crazy nuance, but another thing, aspect of the difference in their styles. Throwing punches really technically correct and straight, like Saldana does, the judges have a harder time seeing them. When you throw the big looping shots, they're dramatic. Even if you land on a shoulder, you land on a forearm, the judges see that better.
It's a great point.
Ware waiting there in the corner, trying to set up. There's the strong left hand on Saldana. Got about 15 seconds left here in our final round.
Body shot there from Ware.
Right hand up top there by Saldana, and that's the close of this fight. It goes the distance.
Two high-level dirty boxers there.
Both showing off their talents in this one, especially that wild exchange in round two. Gonna be an interesting one to score here.
Well, we got a tiny glimpse, actually, of what Ware's coach wanted to see from him at the very end there. The last 30 seconds, he started moving backwards off angle. Saldana was moving forward as he made him miss and then counter punched him.
Appreciate our DBX ring girls, Tempters ring girls here tonight for all their work in the dirty boxing ring. Montavious Ware and Luis Saldana, two dirty boxing fights now in the books, and now we just wait to figure out who will have their hand raised by the end of this. Both these guys got finishes in their first dirty boxing appearances, so their first time going to the scorecards at DBX. It looks like we have our scorecards gathered, and we'll have a decision to you shortly. Montavious Ware gives some love to Saldana's corner. Chris Young starting to gather our fighters so we can make this one official. He's got him gathered. Let's send it up to Michael Hansen with our decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of dirty boxing, we go to the scorecards. And all 3 judges scored this fight 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision, Montavious Ware.
Yeah, with your winner, MTV, Montavious Ware. Your first fight in dirty boxing didn't last very long, 9 minutes in here tonight. How'd it feel in there for you tonight?
Man, it felt good, but most importantly, I want to thank God. I want to thank my sponsors for making this possible for me. And yeah, it felt good to be back with a tough competitor. It felt good. I underestimated him a little bit, but I knew he was still going to be tough.
So ultimately, anything in here surprised you about what Saldana brought to the table?
He was more far away than I thought. I couldn't really try to get in because I had to worry about the elbows. But next time, gonna be a better fight.
We know you found a home here in dirty boxing. I assume you'd like to get back here soon?
Yes, sir. Hopefully in June.
I love it. We'd love to see you back in June, perhaps in DC. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Montavious Ware.
I want to get a shout out to Chattanooga, Tennessee. 423. Let's go.
Montavious Ware, 2-0 now in the dirty boxing ring. A great showing by him today, and Luis Saldana as well. Very impressive for him. As we can look back at some of the action here from our co-main event between Montavious Ware. You saw the strong left, the speed early on. But then after Saldana got the timing down a little bit, was a little bit more elusive on Ware.
I think that's great experience in there for Montavious Ware tonight. You know, he lit the world on fire, but I don't want to say humbled in a way, but good to be able to spend 9 minutes in there, see what you need to work on to get back in there. And I hope to see Saldana back. He came in better shape here tonight and certainly neutralized Ware in a way that maybe perhaps I thought wasn't as possible as it was.
Yeah, and that exchange in the second round where you had the spinning attack by Ware and then Saldana followed up. Very heads up by Ware to go to the leg immediately, so there couldn't be any follow-up shots. So even in an awkward moment where he got caught off balance, he was able to keep his head and make sure no further damage was met. But a really, really impressive performance from him. Always an impressive performance is the Schmo standing by with a GOAT.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the GOAT and one of the co-founders of Dirty Boxing Championship, Johnny Bones Jones, in the flesh, soaking up all the action. What do you make of that decision and Ware's performance?
Absolutely unbelievable fight, Ware and Saldana. It was just great. I thought that Ware was a better fighter. And we saw that he won the fight. But Saldana, man, he has that true Mexican heart, dude. He stayed in there. It was not an easy fight for him, but he was so game and locked in the whole time, and very impressive fight.
All the stars in attendance, the Diego Pavias, the Tate brothers, everybody's out here. UFC matchmakers.
Speaking of the Tate brothers, I just won $200 from Tristan, which was freaking awesome. Yeah, everybody's here. It's a star-studded event. The arenas are getting bigger, the seats are getting filled, and I'm just so grateful to be a part of it.
Saw you chopping up with Hunter ringside right there. You officially said that you're done, but maybe the door's wide open.
We had that conversation tonight. Yeah, we did have that conversation. I took a stem cell right before the White House card was kind of like curated, and I'm starting to feel the effects of that stem cell. I feel really good physically. So I told him, let's not put any pressure on anything. I want to focus on coaching Gable right now, but who knows what the future holds.
Main event coming up next. We got Big Mike. We got Rob Perez. Final thoughts.
Absolutely. Man, the Wolf. I think I'm going with the Wolf, man. He's just so good for the promotion. He's such a huge personality. He's leaned out since the last time I saw him, which means he's taking it seriously. And I'm predicting that the Wolf will win.
Let's get a howl. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Schmo, and we've been waiting for this one all week. Rob Perez and Michael Garcia for the Interim Heavyweight Championship here in Dirty Boxing.
And I'll tell you what, before we get there, breaking news, door cracked open for John Bones Jones return. Like hearing that he's healthy, like breaking that at DBX 6. Schmo, here we go.
Here you go, these guys all set, all the trash talk, all the animosity now gets to get settled in 5 rounds.
I think so.
In the Dirty Boxing ring, Rob Perez and Michael Garcia set for all the action. There you see John Smith.
I got
all our VIPs here in the building, having a lot of fun. What an atmosphere it's been here tonight at the James L. Knight Center.
Shit, I'll wipe the floor with your bitch ass, fool. No bullshit, like I'll fuck your dumb ass up. If it was a real fucking
I'm selling this fucking fight on my fucking own. I'ma fucking annihilate you, and I'ma show you why they call me the Wolf. I'ma show you.
The Wolf has been saying some things, you know.
I just want to hurt him. I don't care about winning and losing.
My mentality going into this fight is kill to be killed. Win, lose, or draw.
I just want to inflict as much pain as possible.
The biggest fucking pussy in the fucking room is you.
You think you're the baddest motherfucker, fool?
What are you doing?
Fuck
Nothing.
you, bitch.
You stay at home,
Man,
fucking ass dad. Those kids ain't even yours.
Michael Garcia, you're fucking dead. You're dead. I
Like I said, you're gonna see a different fighter, completely different fighter from fight 1 and fight 2.
You have no motherfucking chance against me, bro. I don't give a fuck. You're fucking you.
This fight only has one outcome. With me getting my hand raised and that belt wrapped around my waist.
This fight, there's a lot on the line here for both of these guys.
Ain't shit gonna happen to me besides me taking this belt home and you going back to Cali butthurt. I just want to beat his face in, bro. I just want to hurt him. That's all you want.
Take the fucking shit off. Take my belt off. That's my belt.
And show him what's up. You're gonna shut him up in the ring.
But you ain't a man. You a bitch. You a bitch. You a scared little bitch.
So I'm gonna shut him up in the ring for sure. I'm gonna swallow him up.
La mente es poderosa, chavalones. Hay que domarla porque a veces mata. Dice más o menos.
Here is Big Michael Garcia, making his return to dirty boxing, this time with the Interim Heavyweight Championship on the line. 2-0 in dirty boxing, both at the end of 2025. August took care of Victor Cardoso with a round 2 knockout as a plus 150 underdog, I might add. In October, faced Levy DaCosta, majority decision, got Levy out of there then. Always competes with a heavy heart. His little brother Rafael passed away in 2024. His other brother Edmundo proudly in his corner. Former training partner of Dominic Reyes, they worked out a little bit together this week. Reyes, of course, will compete at UFC 327 again tomorrow night. He made some adjustments in his first dirty boxing fight when he moved into his second one. Threw more volume, picked up the pace, more power, varied his strikes, mixed in some elbows. He's never lost in combat sports. He is a boxer, not a brawler. Quite a contrast of styles we have coming up here.
Yeah, you know during those fight weeks when you got somebody like the Wolf always in your social media mentions, always trying to promote the fight, always trying to get in your head. And Michael, quiet by nature, he's handled a lot of it well.
So for Garcia here, right, his keys to victory: box, not brawl. These are his words. Got to stay patient, utilize his feints and his footwork. Control the distance, has a 4-inch reach advantage and a 3-inch height advantage. Got to use it, maintain the distance, don't let Perez get in range, and ultimately fight his fight. Be composed, perform, and execute under this pressure. That is the championship in dirty boxing. And just let you folks know at home, Jairzinho Rozenstruik is the current heavyweight champion in dirty boxing. Like to think the winner perhaps gets that opportunity.
Well, it's exciting, and this building about to get buzzing because things about to get howling with the Wolf making his entrance.
Worcester, Massachusetts own the Wolf. Rob Perez makes his walk to the D-ring. 3-0 in dirty boxing. Competed originally on the DBX Pilot back in November, then had wins at DBX 1 and 2. His win at DBX 2 in June over Alec Nicholson, a round 1 TKO, vicious power displayed. Then had a hip injury, which was interesting. Didn't get the opportunity to compete for the belt. Had some stem cell treatment, is feeling great, has flipped the script in terms of his training. Looks different, feels different. His goal is to train hard and fight easy. He's only been training for 4 years, played semi-pro football in Connecticut. He has slowly and quietly, somewhat, I shouldn't say quietly, but kind of become the face of dirty boxing. Big Mike would love to get in the way of that. Rob Perez always says, dirty boxing is the Wolf, and the Wolf is dirty boxing. Feel like there's been a lot of truth to that. The only fighter in dirty boxing to make 3 appearances and win them all. Enormous spot. He's been waiting for this since June.
Yeah, not only that, he has passed it down. A lot of fighters on this card. We talked about Blake Lacaze, Dustin Bailey. You know, these are guys that the Wolf kind of connected into the promotion, which is great by him. But this is his moment now after all that.
And the new headgear, the new Wolf.
Absolutely fantastic.
But you know, there's obviously a lot of bark and bite, but when you get, there is another side to this man, Rob Perez, and I think he's at the right place. Keys to victory for Rob Perez, kind of the opposite, right? Close that distance, utilize the elbows, get to work in the clinch. Working the body, I think, is key. Wolf has powerful hands, beat up that midsection on Garcia, vary those combinations, and he is dirty boxing, make it dirty. DBX is his home. He's got a chin. This rule set suits him perfectly.
Big moment that he's been waiting for a while. He was supposed to fight for the title last spring. And unfortunately, the hip injury sidelined him. Talked about the depression that he had to deal with that and then get healthy and get back right. Can't be an easy thing, Frank, as a fighter to have to go through a time where you think it's gone, and then all of a sudden you have to get yourself right for a big moment.
Very difficult mentally too, because no matter what you do in the gym, no matter what you do in rehab, you don't know you still have it until you actually come here under the lights and actually get out there and perform. This is the true testing ground to see whether you can really truly bounce back from whatever deficit injury that you had.
Our main event combatants are in the ring, and we take a look at the tail of the tape here for our main event. Rob Perez, 32 years old, stands 6 foot tall, weighed at 239 pounds, put a lot of work to lean out, 73-inch reach. He's 3-0 with 2 KOs in dirty boxing. Michael Garcia, 30 years old, stands 6'3", weighed at 227.4 pounds. 77-inch reach, has a 4-inch reach advantage. 2-0 with 1 KO in dirty boxing. It's time to decide this interim heavyweight title. We'll send it up to Michael Hansen to introduce our fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen and fight fans around the world, live from the sold-out James L. Knight Center here in Miami, Florida. This is the main event of the evening. 5 rounds for the interim DBX Heavyweight Championship of the World. Sponsored by Tempters. Sanctioned by the Florida Athletic Commission, Executive Director Timothy L. Shipman. The 3 judges scoring this title bout are Mario Perez Jr., Vicente Rodriguez, and Elicio Rodriguez. And after the bell, your referee in charge is Samuel Burgos. And so the stage is set, the officials are in position, and the fighters are in the ring. Miami, Florida, let's fight dirty! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white and standing 6 feet 3 inches tall. Official weight, 227.4 pounds. He comes in tonight with a DBX record of 2-0. and fighting out of San Bernardino, California, Big Mike, Michael Garcia. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black and standing 6 feet tall, officially weighing in at 239 pounds. He comes in tonight with a dirty boxing record of 3-0, and fighting out of Worcester, Massachusetts, the Wolf, Rob Perez.
All right, gentlemen, come on in. Come on in. All right, gentlemen, give the instructions in the back. Obey my command. Protect yourself at all times. Right here is good. Right here is good. Touch him if you like. Come out of the bell.
No touch, no surprise.
Judge, red, mouthpiece.
Rob Perez is ready.
Mouthpiece, at the bell,
Michael Garcia is ready for the interim heavyweight DBX Championship. Round 1 is underway. Stiff jab there lands by Garcia. Trying to use that range early. A little 1-2 there from Michael Garcia.
You know, as
the
we
Wolf
see
goes to the body. Go
sorry
ahead,
to interrupt you. As we see the evolution of this sport, you just see a little more calculated approach out of a lot of these fighters tonight. Perhaps knowing that 5 rounds linger, perhaps a little pacing from the Wolf.
Strong shot by Michael Garcia. Has dropped the Wolf. Michael Garcia coming with follow-up shots. He's landed more. And Sam Burgos has stepped in. Big Mike. Big Mike. Michael Garcia has stopped the Wolf.
What a great shot.
He didn't surprise himself, you can be sure. Strap up with the interim dirty boxing heavyweight champion, Big Mike, Michael Garcia. He's not surprised. Wow.
Just the level of striking is just moving up because guys here are seeing now that it's to their advantage to become better boxers. Capitalizing upon it.
Use the range beautifully. Wow.
Michael Garcia had no doubt all week. All the bravado, all the trash talk, and he's starting to get it his own. And the Wolf, a little despondent, facing the corner after suffering that knockout loss.
Turned pro in 2024 in MMA, has never lost in combat sport. Big future here for Mike Garcia.
And what a moment for him. The Wolf soaking in the defeat, a really tough moment for him. And glory for the Garcia family. Here you see the finish. Caught him with the 1-2, catches him, get the hook, then the right hand, and then the follow-up shots. Gets the Wolf flush, drops him again and again, and Sam Burgos had seen enough.
That was a clean, choppy right hand. He didn't jam himself up, he took the jabs. When Perez came forward, he just turned it over and dropped him.
And what a showing by Michael Garcia. And you know that Rob Perez, got to be tough one to swallow. He still hasn't gotten up off his stool. Now he's finally risen after soaking in that loss. Has to be bitter for him. But for Michael Garcia, what a moment. A man who's fought over a year with a real heavy heart with the loss of his baby brother, Rafael. He was saying that he visited his gravesite. He said he was going to bring him back the belt. And he has fulfilled that promise. And Wolf having a hard time digesting this one, understandably so. Came in so confident this week. But there you see Michael Garcia about to get his hardware and get wrapped with the strap. Let's get it up to Michael Hansen with our official decision on this, as our fighters will enter the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee, Samuel Burgos, stepped in and ended the fight. The official time, 1 minute and 1 second of round number 1. Declaring your winner by TKO, and now the interim Dirty Boxing Heavyweight Champion of the World, Big Mike, Michael Garcia!
I am here with your winner and new interim Dirty Boxing Heavyweight Champion of the World, Michael Garcia. How are you feeling, brother?
Oh, ecstatic. I'm ready to go home, kiss my kids. I miss them. Man, I feel blessed. I feel blessed.
You know, there were certainly two different styles here, right? Obviously the loud brawler, the Wolf. You were clean. Your boxing was clean. You were not surprised at all by this result, I have a feeling.
Not at all. I told him he wanted to play around. He found out.
You had a quiet confidence all week. Looked like he came out a little bit more poised. Were you surprised that he didn't come out a little more aggressive?
Not at all. I knew he was scared from the moment I looked at his eyes. I knew he wasn't going to come at me how he said he was. I knew it. We were ready.
So you've never lost in combat sports. You're now 3-0 in dirty boxing with a belt around your waist. We do have a heavyweight champion, Jairzinho Rozenstruik, in this division. Could he perhaps be next for you, sir?
Hey, whoever they put in front of me, I'm game.
Anything else you want to say before you get out of here tonight?
I love you, Athena, Noah, Aria, my wife, Karime. I love you guys. I'll be home soon.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, your interim heavyweight champion of the world, Michael Garcia. Appreciate you, Miami.
Congratulations to Big Mike, Michael Garcia, who gets some congratulations from John Bones Jones. What a performance. Good job taking in all the mental warfare all week. Didn't let him affect it, and a clean finish there, Frank Mir.
Absolutely. He was composed all week long with the mental warfare, and even in the fight itself, you saw his style was composed. He saw Perez coming forward, aggressive, shaking his head. He never once seemed rattled, never seemed once off balance. He threw straight punches right down the middle and capitalized and was very destructive.
You know, we've got to know Michael Garcia now, his third fight. The happiness I'm seeing out of him, Brendan, right now, and I've never seen him quite that. I understand it's the biggest maybe achievement of his life, but to see the joy on his face, juxtaposed to the other side, the Wolf, as Malky Kawa, CEO, walked over to him, just one word for him, sorry. You know, what an opportunity for the Wolf, but couldn't be happier for Garcia. You see him catching up with Berto there. Wow.
Yeah, it's a real unbelievable moment for him. I mean, like, look, he can be unassuming. He doesn't have many words, but he's vicious. He's vicious. We've seen it in every one of his performances in dirty boxing. And I think that Wolf came into this thing a little, you know, overconfident that he could eat those shots. He kept saying that, look, he couldn't put anybody away, but that man's got a belt around his waist. What a performance from him.
And I may be a novice. I might lack experience here, but I was a little surprised that the Wolf didn't go balls to the walls, for lack of a better term.
That's always been his style, too.
Exactly, right? And ultimately, if you are going to utilize that power and maybe catch him, I just feel as though Wolf perhaps could have used a different game plan there, given perhaps Michael's ability on the feet and distance management, range, etc.
You can also be a victim again when sometimes you speak a lot leading up to a fight. A lot of pressure on you. Leading up to it, might have made it towards too much for himself.
Well, what a show it was from the James L. Knight Center, everybody. A fantastic another night of Dirty Boxing Championship. DBX 6 crowns Michael Garcia, the interim heavyweight champion. We'll see what matchup lies ahead of him. Miami, you were incredible tonight. What an atmosphere it was. We saw some sensational knockouts. We saw some sensational ones that went the distance. Hometown performances there from El Gallo, Brian Duran. It was all happening for us here today at Dirty Boxing. Montavious Ware and Luis Saldana putting on a great back and forth performance in our co-main event. And then Michael Garcia and the Wolf deciding their championship. And Big Mike putting the finishing touches on it here in Miami. What a show it was. Can't wait to talk to you guys next time from Dirty Boxing Championship. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll talk to you next time.